McDonald, case 24 CR 494. McDonald is in court with his attorney, Mr. Brigden. Mr. Murphy is here for the prosecutor's office. Scheduled for trial this morning. Mr. McDonald, I need to address this issue of the waiver that you filed of your right to have a jury trial. You executed a document this morning, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And it's your desire to waive your right to have a jury trial and have the case decided by me, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Have you gone over this with your attorney?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you understand that the right to a jury trial is guaranteed by the Sixth Amendment?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that each person on the jury would have to agree with a guilty verdict?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions about this waiver that you've executed?
No, sir.
Is this your signature?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Brigden, anything you want to add with regard to the waiver?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Murphy?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I'll accept the waiver then. Counsel, are we ready to proceed?
State's ready to proceed, Your Honor.
Defense is ready as well, Your Honor.
All right. Any preliminary matters before we go into opening statements?
Just notation, parties do have stipulations for the court in this particular case as to the different elements of the charged
So we'll
offenses.
address those now or when we
We
get
can discuss
into the evidence.
into the evidence.
All right. Mr. Brigden, any preliminary matters?
No, Your Honor, that was just the stipulations.
Opening statement, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Brigden. Your Honor, Tuesday, November 14, 2023 was a day that was supposed to be a joyful day for the Tuscarawas Valley High School band. Instead, it turned into another case caused by distracted driving by the defendant. We believe the evidence in this case will show that the Tuscarawas High School marching band was selected to play at the Greater Columbus Convention Center on this particular day. We believe the evidence will show that the school had retained the Van Hool motor coach to transport the students and staff to this event, with 65-year-old Donald Wagler as the bus driver. In all, 56 persons set out in the Van Hool bus on November 14, 2023 at 6:50 a.m. We believe the evidence will show that an additional 3 chaperones followed the Van Hool bus. High school band director Mary Gensley would hand over the keys to her silver 2015 Nissan Murano to algebra teacher David Kennett to drive with Kristen Gaynor and Shannon Wakefield as passengers to follow the Van Hool bus to the Greater Columbus Convention area. We believe the evidence will show that the trip would bring the 2009 Van Hool bus in the lead, followed by 3 chaperones driving in the band director's silver Nissan Murano onto the westbound lane of Interstate 70 in Lincoln County, Ohio. We believe the evidence will show that the area of Interstate 70 westbound is a 2-lane highway with a speed limit of 70 miles an hour. We believe the evidence will show that while the bus was en route with Tuskegee High School band, chaperones, the defendant, Jacob McDonald, would begin the second stage of a multi-day trip that he had been making for the last year as a Class A commercial driver for Midstate Systems Incorporated. We believe the evidence will show that the first stage of this multi-day trip started at 6:53 p.m. on Sunday, November 12, 2023, with the defendant driving to East Pennsylvania, East Penn Manufacturing in Topton, Pennsylvania, arriving at this location at 1:24 a.m. on Monday, November 13, 2023. We believe the evidence will show that the defendant would load up 16 pallets of lead-acid automotive batteries with an excess weight of 24,000 pounds and leave the manufacturing center at 11:38 a.m. and arrive back in Zanesville, Ohio on 6:03 p.m. on the same Monday, November 13, 2023. I believe the evidence will show that the defendant would exit his truck, spend the evening at his personal residence before returning to his truck on Tuesday, November 14th, and at 7:49 returning to duty at 8:17 to begin his final phase of delivering these batteries to Honda. We believe the evidence will show that this time period prior to the crash would form the forensic baseline of activity prior to the collision for his cell phone. And at the time of the collision, in determining the activity of the defendant's Samsung S22 mobile phone with his cell phone. I believe the evidence will show that the defendant entered a 70 westbound ramp near State Street and would proceed to travel at varying speeds between 62.8 miles per hour and 75.2 miles per hour, pursuant to his electronic data recorder on 70 westbound. The speed limit on this roadway was again 70 miles an hour. I believe the evidence will show that the defendant's 2019 315 semi-truck was pulling a 53-foot trailer, that the semi was not equipped with any collision avoidance technology, was not equipped with automatic braking, and was not equipped with any kind of adaptive cruise control. We believe the evidence will show that the defendant's 2019 Freightliner 315 semi-truck had a conventional cruise control with a maximum speed that would set for 70 miles an hour. And the truck could be driven at a higher speed that would require driver control, and the maximum governed speed would be 75 miles an hour. We believe the evidence will show that 75-year-old Robert Wolverton would start his day with coffee and a road trip in his 2006 Toyota Highlander to a restaurant in Pickering, Ohio, via State Route 79, Interstate 70, westbound for approximately 10 miles to the collision site. We also believe that Eugene Manns Jr. was operating a 2020 Ford Transit 350 van on State Route 70 westbound also on November 14, 2023. Mr. Manns at the time was employed with the Veterans Administration and was driving a veteran to Columbus for the veteran's scheduled hospital trip. We believe the evidence will show that Brandon Markle on November 14, 2023 was operating a 2014 Volvo semi-truck transporting animal byproducts. His semi was equipped with forward-facing video camera. The video will show that at the time he was rear-ended, that traffic was moving, albeit slower, at the time of that collision. We believe the evidence will show that closer to Columbus, in the westbound side of the roadway near milepost 117, Ohio State Highway Patrol Trooper Sean Grimm and Ohio State Highway Patrol Trooper Jody Sawyer were completing their work on a vehicular accident near milepost 117, with all vehicles having been cleared from the roadway. We believe the evidence will show that at 8:45 a.m. that both the Tuscarawas Valley Van Hool bus van, followed by Mary Kensley's 2015 silver Nissan Murano, were all in the right lane traveling behind the 2006 Toyota Highlander operated by Robert Wolverton. In the front of Robert Wolverton's 2006 Highlander was a 2014 Volvo operated by Brandon Markle. And Your Honor, if I can show what the court will see here is I'm referencing a reconstruction that was done by Trevor Jasper in this particular case. What the court will see is that pre-collision, I'm looking at figure A here, and this would be the defendant's 2019 semi-Freightliner. In front of it immediately was the 2015 silver Murano, which had the 3 chaperones in it. In front of that would be the Van Hool school bus, the 2009 Van Hool bus. In front of that would be Mr. Wolverton's Toyota Highlander, 2006. In front of this would be the 2014 semi that was being operated by Mr. Markle. They were all in the right lane. At the time that this was going on, there were other vehicles behind them, but more important to this, the weather conditions. They're heading west. The sun is to their back in this particular case. We believe the evidence will show that there was no ice on the roadway, no inclement weather to the roadway, no fog, no other distractions that were out there. And the court will see from a series of videos, one from the lead vehicle, another from 2 trailing semis, that the roadway prior to this impact was pretty open, pretty clear, no heavy traffic congestion. About a mile ahead of this, and off of the road and now cleared at this point of any vehicular traffic, is the accident where Trooper Grimm and Trooper Sawyers had cleared the roadway, and they were completing their work there. We also believe that of note here is that the defendant's position in this truck would place him at an elevated position, which would cause him little difficulty to see over the vehicles that were in front of him. We believe the evidence therefore will show on November 14, 2023 at approximately 8:48 a.m. in the westbound lane of Interstate 70, approximately 0.2 of a mile west of milepost 119 in Licking County, Ohio, that the 2014 Volvo tractor trailer operated by Brandon Markle was traveling in the right lane, followed by the Highlander operated by Robert Wolverton, followed by the Van Hool operated by Donald Wagner, containing the members of the Tuscarawas Valley High School Band, and followed by the 2015 Nissan Murano operated by Mr. Kinnett. We believe the evidence will show that two other semis were traveling behind, one in the fast lane, one in the slow lane, but at the time initially, both in the slow lane, both had forward-facing video cameras that recorded activity. We believe also that the evidence will show that Sam Badawi was operating his truck immediately behind the defendant's 2019 Freightliner. He would be the first semi following. We believe the evidence will show that the speed limit for this truck was set and governed at 65 miles an hour, and that he was traveling at this speed. We believe the evidence will show that his dash cam captured the defendant's conduct 1 minute prior to the collision, series of collisions, and also immediately after the series of collisions. I believe the evidence will show that all of these vehicles, other than the defendant, were in the process of slowing down in reaction to the pace of traffic, which is something that the defendant would be aware of and indicated he was aware of in his statements to the Ohio State Highway Patrol by virtue of the fact that you're coming into the Columbus area. I believe the evidence will show that at this time that the defendant was looking short. We believe the evidence will show that the defendant's ability to keep his semi in the lane of travel, which is important. You have a fog line to the right side of him, and you have the dash or zipper line immediately to his left. And for a period of about a mile plus, the defendant has no difficulty keeping his semi in the middle of that lane. I believe the evidence will show that at this time, the defendant started receiving a significant amount of cell phone data. But before that, after this, just prior to this menu that you see up here, Mr. Markle was driving a veteran. He saw the traffic slowing down and he moved over to the fast lane. About 8+ seconds afterwards, the defendant, having nothing in front of him, drove into and over the Nissan Murano, immediately killing all 3 occupants in the Nissan Murano. It didn't stop there. The speed that he was going was over 72 miles an hour, probably 74. There's no showing that what his ELD was showing a minute earlier at 74.7 miles an hour would be incorrect. The fact that he doesn't have adaptive cruise control would show that this defendant was manually operating the fuel pedal. We believe at the time he was looking at his cell phone. And we believe the evidence will show that looking short is something that is typical, and the court will see evidence from the state's experts, witnesses in this particular case, that when someone is looking at a cell phone, they only have time to look up partially and watch traffic. We believe the circumstances of this collision, because he didn't stop then either. He kept on going into the Van Hool bus. He would kill 3 people in the Van Hool bus, the force of that collision. The bus driver in this particular case was able to make a hard right cut of his wheel, which is the only reason why Mr. Wolverton, who suffered serious injuries multiple surgeries is alive. The force or the result of the collision, as the court will see, and I'm looking at number D here, would push off the Toyota Highlander into the fast lane and spin it out. The Van Hoop bus still would go into the 2014 semi with such force that it would push in the entire rear right side of the trailer and push that tractor trailer off of the roadway. These multiple impacts would ignite a fatal fire on the bus that would consume the defendant's Freightliner. He would make it out of his vehicle. One of the things that the court will see are some pictures taken immediately after the defendant got out of his vehicle. One of which shows the defendant with both hands in the air, looking back at his semi that was taken by Mr. Manns, who was in the 2024 Transit vehicle. There's a lot of heroes this day. He was one of them. He grabbed his fire extinguisher. He put out the fire, or what looked to be a start of a fire, around the Toyota Highlander. He also sprayed part of the back of the semi. He also, with Trooper Sean Grimm, would pull Mr. Wolverton out of the vehicle. I believe the evidence will also show that Josh Chica was coming the opposite way. As a semi driver, he would stop his vehicle, he would run across, he would help pull students off the bus. Some of them would have died, but for what he did. Your Honor, the defendant is charged with 26 counts. We believe with the stipulations that there's no disputes with counts 16 to 26. That there is a dispute as to counts 1 through 6 and 7 through 15 as to whether or not the defendant's conduct was negligent or reckless. We believe that after the court considers carefully all the evidence in this particular case, listens to all the witnesses in the case, has the opportunity to hear from the expert witnesses in this case, that on Tuesday, November 23rd, 2023, the defendant was speeding. The defendant wasn't watching the roadway. The defendant was pulling a 50-foot trailer in a semi with over 24,000 pounds of batteries. And that his inattention for a period of over 800 feet caused the death of 6 people, caused serious physical injuries, and caused physical injuries to other individuals that were on the bus, including the bus driver in this particular case, who after the collision into the 2014 semi, he had injured his left leg. He had to hop and hobble his way off the bus, and he would end up having that leg amputated because of this. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Mr. Bridgen?
Your Honor, the evidence through video testimony and various exhibits in this case will demonstrate that on November 24th, 2023, that Jacob McDonald was operating his Freightliner in a reasonable manner as any other truck driver on the road today would be. We have the court will see video evidence from ODOT, truck traveling in the right-hand lane at a reasonable speed, other cars passing him during the course of that travel. The video evidence will demonstrate, particularly of the Freightliner that was directly behind Jacob McDonald at the time of the accident, will demonstrate that he was continuing to flow with traffic. There's a key piece here that's being left out. It was left out of that exhibit you just saw. It's very important. It's the white van. We'll be able to demonstrate to you through that Jacob McDonald was continuing with the flow of traffic. Now, both sides have experts that will be testifying here today. The state's claim of the on-off, I believe that it's called, is completely made up. That's one promise that I will make to you in the course of this trial. They will never be able to prove that. You'll learn through the experts and through the evidence that's going to be submitted, it's literally on it, that AT&T doesn't tell you what user activity is. They tell you only volume of data, the session interface. They can't tell you what it was at all. Their expert can't tell you, Sergeant Jasper can't tell you, AT&T can't tell you, nobody can tell you what that data meant. So the claim of on and off is a made-up phenomenon. Jacob McDonald was operating that vehicle, that semi-truck, with a load of approximately 26,000 pounds. I believe the semi is about 20,000 pounds as well. Flowing with traffic, and the key point here that's being left out that was omitted from the NTSB report, that's in all the police reports, is there was a sudden stopping event. We know that. We'll have kids on the bus that'll come here today that'll testify, not today, but later on this week, that will come and testify that the bus broke hard. There was a hard braking event from the bus. Then there was the impact from the rear. That's what that figure doesn't show you. That's what the NTSB and Sergeant Jasper left out of their report. They never mentioned the white van either. There's a lot of omitted here. A key piece that you'll learn was the average speed of Jacob McDonald in the course of that travel of 35 miles, as plotted by Sergeant Jasper in his report. He never gave you the average speed. Jacob McDonald's average speed was 68.4 miles an hour, and that's leaving out the last data point. Your Honor, this case should have never been brought in felony court, and I look forward to proving that to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Murphy, your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state of call Bryn Goodell. Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
your right hand. You solemnly swear testimony you're about to give in this case, now reveals the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Have a seat. You said your full name, spell your last name, please, for record, ma'am.
Bryn Gettle, Goedel.
Thank you.
You may inquire.
Good morning, Bryn. Could you introduce yourself to the judge, please?
Yes. My name is Bryn Gettle, and I am a senior at Tuscarawas Valley High School.
Okay. And back in November of 2023, what grade were you in?
I was a junior in high school.
Okay. And were you part of the band?
Yes.
How long have you been part of the band?
Since 5th grade, so I was about 10 years old.
Okay. And what instruments do you play?
Just the clarinet.
Okay. And do you recall why you were going to the Greater Columbus Center on November 14, 2023?
Yes, I was going to the Columbus Convention Center, and we were going there to play music for the meeting that was going on there.
Okay, was this any kind of honor or any kind of for service work done?
Yes, so what I understand is we were going there to play just our marching band music that we were playing throughout the year, and there was only like one school there, one band that got to play, so it was quite an honor to be there.
Okay. Were you expecting to go on something other than a yellow school bus?
Yes, we were on a motor coach.
Okay. If I asked you if it was a 2009 Van Hool motor coach, does that sound about right?
Yes.
Okay. And about how many people do you think went from the band?
I'm not entirely sure, but what I recall is about 54.
Okay. And was the school or the bus, the Van Hool bus, also carrying your instruments, or how are your instruments getting there?
Most of them were underneath in the storage compartments, but some of the smaller instruments like the flutes and clarinets, we got to hold on the bus and put them in the overhead bins.
Okay. And so that I understand, was there any seating, or was seating set up, or just wherever you wanted to seat?
Yes, wherever you wanted to sit, you could sit there.
Okay. Any chaperones going?
Yes.
Okay. Who were the chaperones, if you know?
Kim Charton,
Okay.
Mr. Tripp,
Okay.
he's the assistant band director. And that's it.
Okay. Were you aware of a vehicle that was going to follow behind?
Yes, the vehicle had 3 chaperones.
Okay. And in terms of the loading of the time and everything else, about what time do you think the bus was loaded and ready to go?
I would say 7 in the morning.
Okay. And what were you all discussing on the bus?
Before we left,
Yes.
we were just discussing how excited we were to be playing all of our marching band songs that we learned.
Okay. And prior to going on this trip, did you have any health issues?
No,
Okay. And so, when the bus left, did you know who the bus driver was, or who was driving the bus, or did the bus driver introduce himself, or anything like that?
no, I did not know him.
Okay. Were there any safety instructions that were provided?
No.
Okay. Anything that the bus had, a restroom or anything like that?
Yes, I saw a restroom, I think in the back left corner.
Okay. Any restrictions to use of the restroom that you were aware of during the operation of the bus?
No.
Okay. Anything unusual about the bus ride prior to getting on 70?
No.
Okay. Anyone taking any pictures?
Yes.
Okay. Richie, can I switch up on you? Sorry. Do you know any of these folks?
Yes.
Who's in this picture?
So the person taking the picture is Samantha Bosler, and the boy on the left is Luke McCoy, and the boy on the right, like looking at him, is Mason Tidrick.
Okay, and does this picture, State Exhibit 15A, truly and accurately depict
Yes.
what it looked like on the bus? Kind of seats? Looks like this is looking back toward the back of the bus. Does that appear accurate?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked, I think 15B. Looks like the same type of picture, but at a different angle.
Yes.
Who are we seeing here?
So we are seeing the one closest to Samantha is Riley Ramey,
Okay.
and the one sitting beside Riley Ramey is Astor Blackwell.
Okay. At any point in time, did you decide to use the bathroom?
Yes.
Okay, about when would that have been?
I'm not sure the time, but if I had to, it would have been about 8:15, I would say.
Okay, were you getting close to Columbus or anything?
Yes, we were close.
Okay, but you don't remember the exact time?
Yeah.
Okay. And how'd you get to the bathroom?
I got out of my seat, which I was sitting on the window side, so the boy that I was sitting with, Cam McCoy, he had to get out of the seat. He let me out, and then he sat back down, and then I started going back to the restroom.
Okay. I think you previously said prior to this time, was there any abnormal braking or maneuvering by the bus?
No.
Okay. At the time that you were walking back toward the bathroom, was there any abnormal attempts by the bus or braking by the bus or anything of that nature?
Yes, so I stepped out of the seat, and the bus had slowed down.
Okay. Was it unusual?
Yes, because we were on the highway, so
Okay.
it was unusual, yes.
Okay. And so, did it cause you to lose your balance or anything, or?
Yes, I had squatted down in the seat. My arms were on the handlebars of the seat, and I had squatted down on my bottom with my knees up.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you exit that position and start walking back to the restroom?
Yes.
Okay. Safe to say that you're on the bus, that you don't know what's happening outside the bus in terms of traffic flow?
Yes, I did. After I got up from that position, I looked to the front,
Okay.
and I saw out the window that there was traffic.
Okay. Is that unusual traffic in front of Columbus?
No.
Okay. At any point in time, did you see Caitlin Owens?
Yes.
And where did you encounter her?
Towards the back, and I saw her on the right side of the bus.
Okay. Did you have any interaction with her?
Yes.
What kind of interaction?
I told her that I had to use the restroom because we have like an inside joke about that.
What's the inside joke?
That her nickname was Tinkle because she always had to go pee, so I just laughed with her about that.
Okay. Did you try to open the bathroom door?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to open the bathroom door?
No,
Okay. Any particular reason why?
I don't know.
Okay. When you tried to open the bathroom door, what happened next?
I don't remember everything. I don't remember until I woke up.
Okay. So you lost consciousness?
Yes.
Okay. And when you woke up, describe what you were seeing, experiencing.
My ears were ringing very, very loudly. I could not hear. I also, there was black, just, it was pitch black. I could not see a thing, but I heard people yelling.
Okay. Where was your body physically at that time?
My head was towards the front of the bus and I was in the middle of the aisle, on my
Okay.
back.
Did you recognize anyone around you?
No,
Okay. How did you get up?
I did not get up at all. Someone had to drag me off the bus.
Okay. Do you know who dragged you off the bus?
Yes,
Okay. Who dragged?
Josh Chica, which I did not know at the time, but now I do.
Okay. Was he part of the chaperone group or?
No,
Okay. At any point in time, did you see J.D. Worrell at your feet?
yes.
And what did he look like?
He did not look awake, but I did see blood on his forehead.
Okay. At any point in time, did Ms. Charton try to help you?
Yes,
Was that before Mr. Chica?
yes.
Okay. What did she try to do to help you?
She tried to go underneath my armpits with her arms and drag me off, but she couldn't.
Okay. When you got off the bus, and I guess before that, you said you didn't know Josh Chica at the time. Do you recall what he was wearing?
Your Honor,
For
Hold
sure.
on 1 second. Yes.
I'd let this go for a little while, she's minor child, but I'd like to object. We've admitted to injury, we've admitted to death, we've admitted that the vehicle was the causation of this.
I haven't received the stipulations yet.
Yeah, I'm objecting to relevance with regards to Mr. McDonald's driving of the semi-truck, whether he was negligent or reckless. This testimony after the fact.
Response?
Well, the one is that we haven't, put the stipulations before the court, that's one. But there's an issue as to the bus braking that was brought up, which is two. What happened with the kids on the bus is apparently important since the defense has also subpoenaed people that were on the bus. So we are gonna offer testimony as to the braking efforts on the bus and who was on the bus. I believe that they are relevant.
Objection is overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you. You're gonna ask me to repeat the question now, aren't you?
Yes, can
Thank
you repeat
you.
the question?
Okay. Do you know what Mr. Chica was wearing at the time?
Yes. I don't fully remember what color shirt, black or blue, but he did have glasses on.
Okay. In terms of when you got off the bus, did anyone pull you further away from the bus?
Yes. So Josh Chica, he kind of like put me down the stairs, and then, would you like me to name names?
If you know.
So Luke McCoy, Jaden Copen, and Miss Mary Gensley, they had pulled me farther away from the bus.
Okay. Did you require any medical care?
Yes.
What kind of medical care?
I don't know if it was, I think it was EMS. They came over and asked me what state I was in, and I just told them I could not feel anything from the waist down.
Okay. Were you taking them out Farmalees?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of injuries did you have?
I had a severe concussion. I also had burns to the right and left side of my face. I had a very large burn on my left upper arm on the back side. I had 9 rib fractures. I also had a bladder laceration and multiple pelvic fractures. And lastly, my sacrum had split and went up on my spinal cord, which led to me not feeling my legs.
Okay. Do you recall how long, when you said you felt the bus was braking, to the time that you were back at the bathroom trying to get in? What kind of time period are we talking about?
I would say a minute and a half at most.
Okay, so it's pretty,
It happened very fast.
okay. Was there any other sharp braking that you noticed between the time period of when you got back up and the time period you started walking back to the bus?
No.
Thank you, I have no further questions.
Cross-examination?
I have no questions, Ron. Thank you.
No?
No questions.
Thank you. Ma'am, you may step down. Your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Mary Gensley.
You solemnly swear testimony you're about to give in this case now being heard is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
You have a seat. Can you state your full name and spell your last name, please, for the record?
Okay. Mary Gensley, Gensley.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
You may inquire.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you introduce yourself to the judge?
Hi, I'm Mary Gensley. I'm the high school band director.
And how long have you been high school band director?
For Tuscarawas Valley, 38 years.
Okay. And were you employed on the 14th of November 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Why was the band going to the Columbus Convention Center on that particular day?
We were going to perform for the Ohio School Board's convention that they were having in Columbus, and one of our board members had recently been voted in as the president of that organization, and she asked me if the marching band would come down and perform and be the entertainment for the convention.
Okay. And I'm assuming you said yes?
Of course.
In terms, so this is an honor?
Oh, definitely.
Okay. Any particular way that was discussed how the band would get there?
At first, I thought we would be taking school buses, but then the school decided that they were going to have a coach for us to take us down.
Okay. And you did in fact take a coach on November 14, 2023?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Were there enough seats on the coach?
Not for all the students, the directors, and chaperones.
Okay. In terms of students on the bus, approximately how many were there?
About 54 to 55.
Okay. And how many chaperones?
There were, let's see, there were 3 directors, and then I think we had, I know for sure, 3 chaperones.
Okay. In terms of sitting, where were you sitting on the bus?
I was in the very front, on the right-hand side, and I was sitting in the aisle seat.
Okay. And who was sitting next to you?
Kim Charton.
And what's Kim's function with the band?
She's a volunteer, and she's been with the band and volunteering ever since her daughter graduated from high school. She likes to do that.
Was Mr. Tripp on the bus?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And what's Mr. Tripp's relationship to the band?
He is the assistant high school band director and the middle school director at the school.
Okay. And do you know David Cannett at the time?
David, yeah,
And
yes.
What was his relationship to the band?
Okay, David was, or Dave, he was our announcer, our band announcer.
Okay. Kristen Gaynor
A parent of one of our students and a chaperone.
and Shannon Wakefield.
A parent of one of our students and also a chaperone.
Did they ride on the bus?
They weren't able to because there weren't enough seats.
Okay. Did you lend them keys to your personal vehicle?
Yes, I gave my car, Dave didn't want to drive either one of his vehicles. He didn't think either one of them was good enough to drive down. And I told him I had just gotten my car detailed and it had just been serviced. And he was more than welcome to take my car and drive.
Okay, now it had been a silver 2015 Nissan Murano?
That's correct.
Okay. And prior to leaving, did the bus driver have a pre-trip safety
No,
breakdown of any kind?
no, he did not.
Okay. Were there any assigned seats on the bus?
No, we have a specific order though, and I've given my students, as they get older, they get more privileges. So the seniors always get to load the bus first. And so it went seniors, and then the juniors, and then the sophomores, and then the freshmen.
Okay, so the folks that would have been primarily in the back of the bus would have been who?
The older students are seniors, because most of the time, that's where they like to ride, and so they get first choice.
Was there any discussion about which route to take with the bus driver?
As we were going through Zor, I kind of asked him, because I have a daughter that lives down here in the Columbus area, and I always travel like 77 to 36 to 161, and I like that route. And so I asked him, had he decided which route we were going, and he said, yeah, he figured that we would go 77 to 70, and then I explained to him that of the route that I normally would go, and he said, well, I think we're gonna be able to get there faster if we take the 77 to 70. And I said, okay, well, you're the driver, it's your decision.
Okay. Is that the route that was taken?
It is.
Okay. In terms of any abnormal driving by the bus driver, did you notice any?
Not really. I thought he was driving just perfectly fine.
No speeding?
Not that I was aware of.
No fast cuts in and out of traffic?
No, none at all.
No sudden braking?
No, not really.
Okay. Was there any time where the bus driver had to brake more than just tap the brakes?
There might have been just one time that might have been a little bit more of a, than a gradual, but nothing out of the ordinary, I don't feel.
So you left at about what time, do you think?
It was really close to, I think, 6:50 going on 7,
Okay.
and that's the time I wanted to leave.
Okay, why is that?
Because I knew it would take us about 2 hours to get there.
Okay.
And I wanted to arrive around 9 or a little after, because we had to unload, we had to go in, find our room, we had to also get our instruments out, warm up and tune, and then our practice session was scheduled for around 10:30. And I wanted to make sure we had plenty of time to get all that done.
At any point in time, did you fall asleep on the bus?
No, no,
Prior to the collision that occurred here, did you look up at any point in time?
oh yeah, I always scan and watch, us. I'm never looking down all the time, no.
Okay. Prior to the collision, did any of the actions of the bus driver cause you to look forward?
To look forward,
Yes.
No.
To see brake lights of any traffic or anything slowing down?
Okay, when we're about just slightly past the sign that says 20 miles from the, Columbus,
Okay.
I noticed that when I looked up, I saw especially to the left in the turning lane, that there were red lights, the tail lights. And then I scanned to the right and looked in front of us, and I saw more red lights. And my last thought in my mind was, oh great, there's either an accident or there is construction up ahead. Are we gonna be late? Is this gonna cause us to be late?
But nothing in that action caused you to believe that there was gonna be a collision of any kind?
Oh, definitely not. I mean, as soon as I saw the red lights, I noticed our coach driver started to slow down. He noticed, I think we noticed about the same time.
Did he have any trouble bringing his Van Hole bus to a stop without hitting anyone?
I do not remember coming to a stop. I remember slowing down.
Okay. So there was no stop?
I don't remember any stop.
So if it was suggested by someone that there was a stopping of traffic, that's not what your recollection would be?
That is not what my recollection of it was.
Okay. There was a collision with the bus.
Yes.
What was your first understanding that a collision had occurred?
Well, it was right after he started to slow down, and I had already seen like the red, the lights up ahead. And it was there was a distance up ahead. It wasn't like real close to us. It was a distance up. Then I felt this slam, and it felt like it came from the back. And then I blacked out, and I felt like, I think there might have been a second one, if I remember, a second slam into somewhere. I just don't remember where it came from. It kind of felt maybe it could have been from the back, but I totally blacked out. That's how hard we were hit, and I was all the way up in the front.
When you came to, what was going on?
My mind was I was in a fog, and I was trying to figure out what had just happened. And I wasn't totally, aware yet. And I looked over across the bus driver where he was seated, and all of a sudden, the corner of the bus started caving in and coming apart. And I was trying to figure out what is going on. I mean, it was like, I don't know, I just couldn't figure out why that was happening. And then I kind of looked to the front, and when I looked to the front, after a few seconds, then the windshield just caved in. And my mind is still trying to figure out what is going on. And so I was just in a daze. I felt I was in a daze and seeing this stuff happening and trying to figure out what had just happened. And so then I started hearing the kids on the bus, commotion on the bus. And so I think I stood up and turned around in the aisle, and I saw this white haze in the bus. And I started going, guys, what's the white haze in the bus? What's going on? What's the white haze in the bus? And then Cam McCoy, because I recognized his voice, said, the bus is on fire. The bus is on fire. And when he said that, I snapped out of it. Whatever I was in, it just that's what got me out of the days I was in. So I immediately said, get off the bus right now, get off the bus. I said, leave your stuff, get off the bus. And I stepped back into my seated area to let the kids off first. And they started coming off the bus, and I kept repeating, get off the bus now. And I said, leave your stuff, because sometimes kids will want to pick up their stuff and go with them. I said, don't, just get off the bus. And they were really great. They started getting off the bus right away.
How did the bus door get open?
I remember right when the first student went down, and I don't even remember who the first student was. When they went down to where the door, it seemed like it was slightly ajar. Not quite closed all the way, but just a little bit, and I think they pried it open with their hand, and they were able to open it up. And then they started all getting off the bus as quickly as they could.
What'd you do when you got off the bus?
Well, I felt that the kids were too were too close to the coach. And so I kept telling him, get up farther, and I kept waving him on until I go, keep running. And then I got him off to a distance where I thought it was safe enough that if the bus was gonna blow up or something like that, they would be out of that area.
Okay. When you got off the bus, did you notice what had hit the bus?
No, I still didn't know what had happened, to be honest with you.
Okay. Did you see your vehicle, your 2015 Nissan Murano?
No, and right at the moment, it was just getting the kids off, getting up to safety. And the thing I think that I was thinking was, I thought all the kids were off the bus. I thought everyone had gotten off. Because when the last kid went off, I figured, okay, it's okay for me to get off the bus. The thought had not even occurred to me yet that there were still kids on the bus.
Okay, at some point in time, did you have the kids line up in sections at the clinic?
Yes, I did. I had them sit, get in sections, because that was for me the quickest way to figure out who was missing.
Okay,
Yes.
and who was missing?
One of the clarinets, which was Caitlin, and then two of my percussionists, Wyatt and JD.
At any point in time, did you try to figure out what happened to your Murano?
Okay, yes, I did. After I called 911 and the first responders were there, and after I knew that the kids, we had an accurate count of who was there, then I started thinking, where's Dave and Christy and Shannon? And I was like, I know they were following us, maybe they got farther behind us. So I started with Dave's number first and tried calling him, and he didn't respond. And then I tried, I think, Shannon's number next. I'm not sure exactly which one, but I tried all three. Couldn't get a hold of them. And then their kids were saying, Geds, I can't get a hold of my mom. And I said, I know, I can't either. I've been trying. And they said, what should we do? And I said, just keep trying to get a hold of them. You just need to keep trying to get a hold of them, because I'm not sure where they are.
Okay. At some point, that changed?
Yes.
You suffered some injuries.
Nothing major. I think I had severe whiplash, which is still bothering me. And then I just had a bruise, and my ankle was hurting, but nothing major.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
Cross-examination?
Morning.
Good morning.
You testified just a moment ago that you felt 2 impacts from the rear.
Yeah, I felt an initial really heart attack, and then I felt another one. It wasn't as severe as the first one, but I don't know exactly where I felt it came from.
And you were sitting next to Kim Charlton?
That's
Is that
correct.
She's the other, she's a volunteer, right?
Yes.
Okay, but an adult, right? She's not one of the band members?
What was that?
She's an adult, correct?
Yes, she's an adult, yes.
Right, okay. So you were in a position to observe probably things that she would as well?
Probably, since we
Yeah.
were both sitting there.
Did you observe the bus driver taking phone calls during the first step?
I think I heard him, I thought he was actually talking to us at one time. And then I looked over, and I think he was talking on his phone.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Redirect.
Thank you. Did he have the physical phone in his hand?
No.
How was he talking on the phone then at the time?
I think he had an earbud in his ear, and he was talking with an earbud.
Okay, so like with a headset.
Yes.
You didn't see him manipulating the phone to dial any numbers or anything like that?
I did not see that.
You didn't see him play any video games or watch any movies or anything like that?
No, he was not doing that.
Okay, thank you, nothing further.
Recross.
No recross, Your Honor.
Thank you, man. You may step down.
Thank you.
Your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The city would call Kim Charton, please stand.
You solemnly swear testimony that you're about to give in this case, now being heard, is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Have a seat. Can you state your full name and spell your last name, please, for the record?
Kimberly S. Charton, Charton.
Thank you, ma'am.
You may go.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Well, glad to be starting this.
Thank you. I want to go back to November 14th, 2023. Did you have any official responsibilities with Tuscarawas Valley?
I am a 20-year volunteer with the high school band.
Okay. Play an instrument?
I played clarinet when I was in the high school. I still do.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you if you're any good at it or anything like that, but did you teach clarinet to any of the band members, or?
Yeah, I help however I can help in the band, so that I do help out, especially with clarinet.
Okay. Were you heading to Columbus on that particular day with the band?
Yes, I was.
And why?
To go to see Sally Green be installed as the school board president of the Ohio State School Board.
Okay. Was the band going to play?
Yes, the band was going to play.
Is that an honor?
It was a very big honor that day, yes.
Okay. And where were you on this bus? Where were you sitting?
I was on the passenger side, the front seat, against the window.
Okay. Anyone next to you? Or?
Ms. Gensley, the band director, was beside me.
Okay. And how long have you known Ms. Gensley?
Well, my daughter graduated in 2005, so 8 years before that was probably when I first met Ms. Gensley.
Okay. What position does she have in today?
Ms. Gensley's the head band director.
Okay. And in terms of how many of the folks on the bus were in the band?
Well, there were 54 on the bus, and 3 of us were adults, so 51.
Okay. And the third adult on the bus besides the driver would have been who?
Well, I guess there were 4 on the bus, then counting the driver. Mr. Tripp, the assistant band director.
Okay. And I'm assuming you know him as well?
Yes.
So you were sitting in the front of the bus on the passenger side, you said?
Yes.
Okay. And about what time did the bus leave Tusky?
I honestly do not remember that detail.
Okay. Was it early or late in the morning?
It was early morning.
Okay. Were you there when the bus was loaded up?
Yes.
Okay. And who loaded the bus up?
We load up by class order, so seniors get on the bus first, juniors, sophomores, freshmen.
Okay. And how did the instruments get to where they're at?
The instruments were loaded beforehand underneath the bus, unless it was a small instrument. The clarinets and flutes went on the bus in storage there.
Okay. The trip itself, what roads did the bus take, if you know?
We got on 77 and headed south, so I don't know if that takes us to 70 then, I don't know. That wasn't in detail that was important to me.
Okay. Was there any conversation before leaving what the roads the bus was going to take were?
The bus driver asked us if we should take a smaller road, and Ms. Gensley and I both told him to just head to 77.
Okay. Assuming you're familiar with 77?
Mm-hmm.
Are you also familiar with 70?
Somewhat.
Okay. And I'm assuming you probably have taken that once before, a couple of times before, into Columbus.
Not since.
Okay, I understand that. What kind of road is that?
It's a interstate,
Okay.
so major highway, probably 70-mile-an-hour speed limit.
In terms of traffic congestion on that roadway?
It was not heavy traffic.
And so at some point in time, was there an incident with the bus braking or stopping before a secondary collision?
Yes. we
Okay.
stopped.
How far into the ride do you think that occurred?
We were almost to our destination. We were about 15 minutes out from the convention center, so
Okay. Talk to us about the braking prior to that time period. Was there any erratic braking by the bus driver prior to that?
no,
Was there any unusual braking
no.
of any kind before that? Did the bus driver appear to be speeding at any point in time to you?
No,
Any unusual moving from one lane to another or unusual driving by the bus driver?
no.
Okay. And then talk to us about the braking incident before the collision. How would you describe that braking?
I was not facing forward. I was looking at my phone. We were trying to determine where we were because we were supposed to call when we were about 15 minutes away from our destination. So I was talking to Ms. Gensley, I'm looking at my phone, and all of a sudden, we were braking pretty hard.
Okay. When you say braking pretty hard,
Probably about all he had.
okay, so you think he was fully braking?
I do,
Okay, and do you know why?
because the traffic had stopped for a wreck in front of us.
Okay, so you believe the traffic had stopped at that point?
I do.
Okay. And had you seen the vehicles that were in front of you at this point in time?
The only vehicle I saw when we had stopped completely, was a white tractor trailer in front of us. That's all I saw.
Okay. Did you see a red SUV?
I did not.
Okay. And at what point in time was there a collision with the bus?
We had stopped. I had enough time to breathe. I heard a horrible bang behind us, and then we were flung forward.
Okay. How would you describe that impact?
It was pretty violent. Like, I was in the front row, there was a metal bar, I hope that's a padded bar at this point in time, but I hit that and flung back in our seats. I realized, I didn't know our seats reclined. When I looked back, all the seats had been reclined at that point from the impact. It was, do you want me to describe what I saw? Is it after it hit, or?
I just asked you
Okay.
about
That's fine.
this point. At that point in time, was there an effort to get off the bus?
Ms. Gensley stood up and told him we needed to get off the bus.
Okay. Do you know how the bus door was opened?
I do not know, but it was open.
Did you have the opportunity to see the bus driver after that impact, that collision?
Yes, because
Okay. And what condition was the bus driver?
both of his feet were bloodied.
Okay. So he had appeared to have sustained some injuries to you.
The front part of the bus had been pushed back into him, yes.
Okay. And did you see how or why the front part of the bus was pushed back into him?
We were pushed into the tractor trailer in front of us.
Okay. And how would you characterize that collision into the tractor trailer in front of you?
It appeared slow motion at the time. We were pushed a long way down the road, and it just slowly folded in on the driver, and then the front windows collapsed.
So the bus driver wasn't very close to the tractor trailer in front of him?
When we stopped?
Yes.
No, we were pushed into it.
Okay. And you think that was a pretty big distance?
When we stopped, between the tractor trailer in front of us from when we stopped,
Yes.
probably about a car and a half length, maybe two.
Okay. What did you do when you got off the bus?
Mr. Tripp, after we got all the kids off that could walk off, I turned back and Mr. Tripp told me, we still have kids trapped on the bus and it's bad. I don't know why, but I took my coat and my purse and set it outside the bus, came back on, and by then Mr. Tripp had Bryn Gettle, who just testified, she was laying on the floor, and I went back to try to get her off the bus because she couldn't walk.
Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Good morning.
Good morning.
So you were seated next to Miss Gensley in the bus, right? And you're next to the window?
Yes.
Okay. And then after the accident occurred and you were outside the bus, at some point in time, you spoke to the highway patrol?
Briefly.
Okay. You gave them a statement, though?
The highway patrol, I did not give a statement to at the bus.
Did Trooper Keaton ever speak to you?
That name's familiar, but not, he might have been at the NTSB
Okay.
interview.
Do you remember talking to an officer after the accident?
I had an officer ask me for a bus list of passengers.
Did you describe to him the accident?
No,
itself?
no,
So it's your testimony here today that you never talked to a Trooper Keaton at all to describe the event?
if Officer Keaton was the one that was at my interview with the NTSB, then yes.
Okay. And you told Trooper Keaton that you've been volunteering for the school band for about 20 years, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I think you described the bus driver taking approximately 4 phone calls, correct?
Yes,
Okay, you described that as hands-free,
yes,
okay. And I think you told the trooper that you felt that the bus driver was following too close to the traffic ahead of him,
I did,
okay. You also stated that when the crash occurred, you were looking at your phone at the time, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the bus stopped quickly,
yes,
okay. And you described it as fast braking and aggressive braking,
yes,
okay. Like it needed to stop now, I think were your exact words.
yes,
Okay. Didn't hear any tires squealing.
I did not,
Okay. And you explained to the trooper that the difference between the hard braking or the aggressive braking in your description of the bus and the impact was mere seconds.
yes.
No further questions, thank you.
Redirect.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Your next witness.
Stephen Tripp.
Solemnly swear testimony that you have to give in this case now being heard is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Have a seat. You state your full names for your last name for the record, sir.
My name's Stephen Tripp,
Spell your last name for me.
T-R-I-P-P.
Thanks, sir.
You may inquire.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Sir, I want to go back to Tuesday, November 14th, 2023. What was your function or what was your relationship with Tusky Valley School?
So I'm the 5 through 8 band director, and I assist with the high school band. So I'm there in rehearsals every day, pulling over sectionals, just at all the events.
Okay, and how long have you been with Tusky Valley? And,
This is year 8
okay,
at Tuscarawas Valley.
so you're the assistant band director for the high school band, and you're the band director for 5 through 8. Okay, what instruments, if any, do you play?
I'm a trumpet and guitar guy.
It's okay. Nothing wrong with that. Do you know where the band was going on Tuesday, November 23rd?
It was the Ohio School Board Association Conference in Columbus Convention Center.
Okay. And that was November 14th, 2023? Okay, and why was the band going there, sir?
We were at the performance, my understanding was the big convocation, we'd be on the main stage there, just kind of entry music as people were filing in to the event.
Okay, so it's a pretty big honor?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the, how was the band supposed to get to Columbus from Tusky?
We were taking a charter bus,
Okay.
loading up that morning and driving straight down.
Okay, and how were the instruments loaded?
Underneath in the undercarriage of the bus.
Who did
Most
that?
of the instruments, the kids were helping, just kind of set them in there, and then I don't remember if I was helping organize them. We had some of the smaller instruments like flutes, clarinets going on the bus, just because it was a little easier to get to them. They wouldn't be shifting around as much.
Okay. And, sir, did you actually ride on the bus?
I did.
About where on the bus did you ride?
I was 5 or 6 rows up on the driver's side from the back.
Okay. I show row 8, driver's side.
Okay.
Does that sound right?
I know we sat down and did the seating chart, but I don't remember exactly. It's been a while now. It was roughly in that area. Yeah.
Okay. In terms of where people sat in the bus, was there any assigned order?
There was not.
Okay. So you could sit pretty much anywhere you wanted to?
Correct.
Okay. Bathroom on the bus?
Was in the back.
Okay.
I was the last one on, so there were 2 kids sitting by themselves. I had one sit with the other, because otherwise I'd be sitting by a student, there'd be a student sitting by themselves. So
Okay. Are you familiar, or was the route discussed that the bus was going to take to Columbus?
I wasn't really involved in the planning process, or just day of help. I was there kind of to fix instruments, help make sure we had things where they needed to be.
Okay.
as we go.
In terms of the bus itself, how was the bus driver reacting to the road conditions?
Most of the drive, I was working on my master's at the time, so I had a tablet, and I was, I had 2 chapters to do. I was trying to do 1 chapter on the way down, 1 chapter on the way back. So I don't remember any significant, nothing that really caused concern on the way down.
No hard braking?
Until the very, when the traffic started slowing down there, right before the incident.
Okay, but before that, no hard braking?
Not that caught my attention.
No lane changes or anything like that?
Not that caught my attention, no.
Okay. You mentioned, you know, at the time of the impact or the collision, talk to us about when you first realized that there was a collision and what events happened before that.
Just before we had started slowing down, and I was sitting pretty close to the back, so I couldn't tell exactly what was going ahead of us. We did slow down enough that I picked my head up to kind of see what was going on. And I remember looking back down, and then we were hit from behind.
Okay, was the bus moving when you were hit from behind, if you know?
I don't know for sure if it was moving or completely stopped.
Okay. And was, when the bus was hit from behind, what happened next?
We were getting pushed, so I wasn't sure if we were getting pushed or if we had gone off the road and I was bouncing around in my seat, kind of ended up in the seat next to me, just getting jostled around.
It was a pretty violent impact.
Yeah, it was pretty violent.
Okay. Was there a second impact?
It was like an impact and then like an immediate push. And again, I didn't know, I wasn't sure if it was some kind of chain reaction crash or if it was, we had gone off road, there was just a lot of movement, everybody was getting thrown around on the bus.
Okay. How did you get off the bus, sir?
Out the front door.
Okay, and what led to you getting off the bus? I'm assuming right after the impact, there were decisions made, instructions given.
Right.
Walk us through that.
So right after the impact, everybody kind of jumped out of their seat to see what was going on. I told everybody to sit down so we could kind of assess the situation. I got up and turned around, and it just takes a second to process because nothing's where it should be. There's like big debris everywhere. There's instruments, there's codes. You know, it was cold out that day. Nobody had their coats on. They were all sitting in the seats, so everything was thrown around the bus. There was kind of like a haze, and it was hard to process right at the beginning. Just a lot of things that weren't where they were supposed to be.
Okay. Did anyone yell to get off the bus?
We did. So I walked back, and I looked down, and one of our students was in the middle of the aisleway, non-responsive. I remember reaching down and kind of tapping his face, saying, "Hey, buddy, can you hear me?" No response. And about that time, one of the kids right beside me yelled fire. We could see the fire through the window and through the roof of the bus.
Okay. Do you know who that student was?
Yes,
Who was that student?
that was Cam McCoy.
Okay. Did the students then start exiting the bus?
Yeah, it seemed like they were being held up in the front just a little bit. I don't know if they were gathering their things, if they didn't realize how bad it was. And I was really focused on the back, just trying to, there were kids kind of trapped in the back corner. Some large debris kind of in the way there. We had some, the one, JD was on the ground, not responsive, and then tangled up with him was Bryn, who was responsive. And I said, "Bryn, can you move?" She said, "I can't feel anything." And it was just big heavy, I don't know if it was part of the bathroom door or the ceiling or the above, the bins that go above the seats. Something big and heavy, trying to move that out of the way. Because kids in the back saying they can't get out. We had some kids that were just kind of in shock, and I remember one kid, I whacked him because he was just like sitting there and he needed to move. Just trying to get out. Kids were climbing over seats. It's kind of helping them move over seats. Trying to move stuff out of the way because kids couldn't get out. They were just stuck in the back.
Were you able to get anyone off the bus?
I was able, so first I had kids who were in the back corner who were stuck. I was able to move the big things out of the way, so they were crawling over the seats, and I was kind of helping them. And I started working on the middle aisle, because there were other kids in the back right corner that I couldn't get to. There was no way to get back to them right away. So just moving debris, and then I kind of drug JD and Bryn out. I told Bryn to grab onto me, and I kind of gave her like a bear hug and just pulled as hard as I could. And we got her part way up the bus, and I got JD most of the way up the bus. And then thankfully somebody, Josh Chica, came in and he started dragging the kids off the bus from the front there. And at some point, I just saw out the window, and, like I could see the semi. So I think I pulled one of the kids close to the front and then ran out real quick, saw what was going on, ran back on. In the back corner, Tori Wilson, one of our students, was there, and she's trapped between the seats, like pinned between the seats, can't get out. So I'm kind of coaching her, having her help pull herself up. I'm running to the back and kind of pulling on seats. And the seats weren't moving very much. There must have been enough she could get out. She kind of pulled herself out after I pulled the seats apart. And then Xander Tidrick was in the back corner, and he was totally pinned, couldn't get out, and I'm just cranking on the seats as hard as I can. And he's able to pull himself up and started kind of falling out the window. And there was one more student, Wyatt was in the back, Wyatt Mosley, and I'm just pulling on the seats and they won't move. And he's totally stuck, and at that point you can see smoke and fire inside the cabin. So ran outside, Xander was still hanging out the window, so I went back and started pulling on his arm, just trying to rip him out of there, and something was hung up. We made some progress at first. He probably came out about a foot, and then he was just hung up. We couldn't get him, or I couldn't get him. I was thinking I needed to move, maybe pull him the other direction, and right then there was an explosion. So something blew up right that second. I don't know if it was something from the SUV or something that fell off the semi-truck. That kind of caught me, it spun me back, and it felt like a bad sunburn on my face afterwards. And Josh Sheik and one other guy ran up and started lifting him out the window. So I ran back on the bus. As I'm going in, there's somebody, I think it was a police officer, who said, "Don't get back on there," and I just went on anyway. And I yelled, "Is anybody still in here?" And I thought I heard something. I don't know if it's, they were still working on him out the window. And I pushed about halfway back, and I was just coughing. I couldn't see anything. I remember coming back off the bus, and I said, "I think we still have kids trapped in there." And I just remember two people just, shrugging. That's kind of the image that stuck with me, is there were some people standing by who, didn't jump in right then. Then we saw the patrol car pull up, and he had a fire extinguisher in the back. So we went back over. He kind of led the way, and Josh and I were behind him, just kind of pushing up. There was nothing left to do at that point.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
So you testified prior to the accident, you're working on your master's?
Correct.
Is that through an iPad or laptop?
I had a Surface Pro. It was music for world cultures.
Okay. What master's degree do you
Music education.
Okay. So your objective was to do a chapter on the way there and a chapter on the way back?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. So your attention was, is it fair to say, was engrossed in the material that you were learning?
Yeah,
at
for the
time?
most part.
Okay, so you probably weren't paying attention to too much going on around you?
Yeah, as far as the road conditions or anything.
And there was an event that caused you to look up prior to the impact?
Yeah, we had a heartbreaking event.
You had a heartbreaking event which caused you to look up, and then you felt the impact from behind?
I remember looking back down because it seemed like we had stopped or were almost stopped, and then we had the impact from behind.
Okay, so mere seconds, is that fair? Thank you, no further questions.
Redirect.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Why don't we take a 15-minute break? Resume.
All rise. There's no recess.
Great, great. Tonight, it's out.
Taking down the mark side.
rise. Back in session.
Thank you, have a seat. All right, Mr. Murphy, your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Brandon Markle.
Solemnly swear testimony that you about to give this case now being heard is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Proceed. You state your full name, spell your last name, please, for the record, sir.
Brandon Marshall, Marchal.
Thank you, sir.
You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. Sir, do you remember what you were doing on Tuesday, November 14th, 2023?
Yes, sir.
What would that be?
I was coming back from Zanesville area with a semi-truck trailer loaded.
Okay. And so you have a Class A license?
Yes, sir.
What is a Class A license?
It's an endorsement, drive commercial motor vehicle, combination vehicle, 80,000 pound with air brakes.
Okay. And how does one get a Class A license?
You go through, there's a written portion test, driving course to take, and you're right, then you go from there.
Okay. Are you allowed to do commercial hauls?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you been doing this?
Right now, 5 years.
Okay. Are you familiar with State Route 70?
Yes.
Around milepost 118?
Yes.
Okay. How are you familiar with that road?
We travel that once a day to Zanesville and back.
Okay. And so, a lot of traffic in that area?
Yes.
Okay. Why is there a lot of traffic in that area?
A lot of people commuting to Columbus for work.
Okay. A lot of accidents there? If you don't know, I don't want you to guess.
I don't know. I
Okay.
can't answer that, no.
How long have you been driving that route?
5 years now.
Okay. Yeah, have you ever had a collision?
No.
Okay. Going back to Tuesday, November 14, 2023, were you operating a 2014 Volvo?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did that have a dash cam or a recording camera?
Had a front facing camera.
Okay. And was that active?
Yes.
Okay. I want to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit number 5. Are you familiar with State's Exhibit number 5, sir?
Yes, sir.
What is State's Exhibit number 5?
Coming into slow traffic, I was well
That's
prepared.
sign 117 there,
Yes.
or 118?
That's 118.
118. Okay, so this is State Route or Interstate 70.
Yes, coming into Pataxco.
Okay, is that in Licking County, Ohio, where you're at?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you've driven that road, you indicated, for a considerable period of years, 5 of them?
Yes.
Okay, and sir, this is pre-crash, if I'm correct. This is the beginning of the tape?
Correct.
Okay. Sir, about what distance do you believe that you had? I apologize. About what distance do you believe that you had at that particular time with any oncoming other traffic in front of you?
I can't recall.
Were they right on top of you, sir?
Not that I know.
Well, looking at the camera, are they right on top of you?
No.
Okay. And again, this is pre-impact.
Yes.
Apologize. I'm looking at, this would be the first car in front of you. It appears to be a red vehicle.
Yes.
Okay. And nothing else is in front of you. It doesn't appear like anything is on the side of you.
Correct.
And this is the start of this.
Yes.
And again, this video truly and accurately depicts the preceding events that you would have been able to see at this point in time. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Now, sir, it appears that you were impacted at this point,
Correct.
okay? And it looks like there's a speed,
Up in the corner,
right, and that shows 10 miles per hour
yes.
in your location. So you were never stopped, were you?
No, I was coming to a slow,
Okay? And just playing this forward, tell me when that red car in front of you right here stopped, sir. It's still moving, isn't it?
yeah, it never,
What about the white truck? Is that stopped?
no,
The blue van in front of it?
no,
The silver car to your left?
nope,
So if someone was to suggest that traffic had come to a stop, would that be accurate?
no.
And sir, after this, this collision, and before this collision, it looks like you were doing about 33 miles an hour? Is that a yes?
Yes,
And you slowed to 10,
correct.
okay? Is that unusual?
That is unusual, yes.
Why is that?
I was thinking I was coming into Columbus rush hour traffic.
Okay, is Columbus rush hour traffic unusual?
Being out that far, yes.
Okay. What about these wonderful barrels that we see on the other side of the roadway?
The construction barrels,
Are they unusual?
no, those are,
The actual road there, is that a hilly road? Is it a flat grade? How is that road?
flat.
Okay, it looks like there's a white fog line on the right-hand side, and it looks like there's also a zipper or in the center line.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Any ice on the road, sir?
Nope,
Okay. You're heading west. This is in the morning. The sun would have been to your back.
yes.
Okay, so no inclement weather of any
No,
kind?
Nope, it was nice out that day.
The impact itself on your semi, did that do any damage?
To the trailer. It damaged the trailer, not the truck.
Okay. And how did you find out or learn that your trailer had been damaged?
It's just a natural instinct knowing being hit. And I actually went back and looked at it.
Okay. Did you at any point in time prior to this see a white Van Hool bus following you?
You're asking about the charter bus?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And about where would you have seen that?
At least a half a mile prior
Okay.
in my rearview mirror, because I knew we were traveling together.
Okay. Was the Van Hool bus tailgating you?
No,
Was the Van Hool bus on top of you?
no,
Is anything that the Van Hool bus driver doing that would cause you concern in the manner in which you were operating your vehicle?
no, I can't answer that because I focus on myself.
Okay. But what kind of weight is your semi, the trailer, and the load in it have?
I was weighted at 76,000.
76,000 pounds?
Yeah,
How would you describe the impact of the bus? Did it move your vehicle at all?
it did move, yes.
Okay. Was it a hard hit, or what kind of hit on the back of your vehicle?
It was a significantly hard hit.
Okay. After the hit, and you said you pulled over to the side,
Yes.
okay, what did you do next, sir?
I seen the fire in my rearview mirror, so I grabbed my fire extinguisher and ran to the bus.
Okay. And what'd you see on the bus, or to the bus?
I seen the damage on the front of the bus and the impact on the back. of The
Okay.
fire.
Had the fire started when you first got back there?
Yes.
Okay. About how long did it take for police to show up, if you recall? If you don't, I don't want you to guess.
I don't know.
Okay. At any point in time, did you become aware of something that had collided into the bus from the rear? Again, if you didn't, I don't want you to guess.
No.
Okay. Do you have an automatic or do you have a standard?
An automatic.
Okay. When did automatics start becoming popular with semis?
It'd been the start of like 2015, 16 era.
Okay. What's the difference between the two?
One you have to shift and the other one you don't have to. It's just like driving a car.
Okay. Is it, I'm assuming, then easier to drive than
Yes,
the standard?
a lot easier.
A lot less work on the actual driver of a vehicle.
Yes,
So with a lot less effort at work to drive a standard versus an automatic, you have the opportunity to do some other things potentially too.
correct.
Okay. Are you required to have an ELD of any kind?
No, we follow under the, we're an exempt under 150-mile air radius.
Okay. So you don't have to log your miles or anything else?
We just keep a daily time sheet.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, and if you know, is it easier to brake or stop a semi that has an automatic transmission versus a manual transmission?
To me, it's the same.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination?
This Volvo that you're driving, I think you stated it's an automatic, correct?
Yes,
And as you're in your 76,000 pounds roughly?
yes,
So as you're approaching the traffic, you're slowing the vehicle down through downshifts, right?
yes,
The transmission,
The trans-
you use that because if you run the brakes all the time, you burn the brakes up, right?
yes.
Okay, so you're using the truck, do you have a Jake brake on that?
Exhaust brake.
I'm sorry?
It's an exhaust brake. but
That's the same
yeah.
thing, would you agree?
Yes.
Jake brake, they use the compression from the exhaust to help slow the vehicle?
Yes,
Okay. Did you have the Jake braking,
yes,
or exhaust brake, I'm sorry, I'll use your terminology?
yes.
You had that engaged?
Yep,
Okay. So that, plus the downshift of the transmission begins to bring that truck down, slow down, right?
yes,
Okay. And would you agree, in these last few seconds here, you're going 33 miles an hour, you don't hit the brakes on the actual vehicle until about between here and that red car?
I was on the brakes the whole time, because the Volvo truck, once you step on the brake, it's supposed to engage the exhaust.
That's what engages your,
Mhm.
your exhaust?
Yeah, when I
Okay.
was slowing down.
Okay. And were you paying attention to the red car in front of you? Did that kind of catch your attention?
Yeah, I was paying attention to the red car and all the brake lights ahead of me.
Okay. No further questions, thank you.
Reader.
Thank you. So, on an automatic, if I have an exhaust brake, so when I hit the brake, do I only have to tap it once, or how does that work?
You can keep pressure on the brake pedal, then it'll downshift and go down itself, you know.
Well, and here's what I'm asking, because on a non-semi with type of engine braking, if I'm going down a hill, whether it be hill descent type stuff, I'm assuming it works something similar to that.
Yes,
So it's a computer calculation that, on a grade of some kind, once I hit it, it's going to engage that and make that lovely noise everyone
yeah.
loves. See, if I do that, then I don't have to hit the brakes really hard, do I?
No,
The exhaust will do the work.
yes,
Okay, so in terms of paying attention, if I see something like that in front of me, and I'm looking at your speed again, at this point, it looks like it's 33 miles an hour. Is that accurate?
yeah, that's accurate.
Okay. I got some distance there. All I got to do is let the exhaust do the work, for the most part.
Yes,
I don't have to basically plant my foot all the way to the floor with the brake pedal,
Right,
okay? And that was a feature that was available in 2014,
yes,
okay? And that's easier on the brakes.
easy, yes.
It takes less effort on behalf of the driver if they're watching to just hit it once, or do you have to keep pressure on it?
I keep pressure on it.
Do you have to?
No,
Okay, so if I just hit it once, will it do something until I hit the throttle again? Will it continue to brake until I hit the throttle?
it'll continue to brake till you hit the throttle.
Okay, so if I know something is coming up and I don't know what's gonna happen with it, if I hit the brake once, I don't have to do anything else, the exhaust will do the work and I'll naturally slow down.
So, yes,
And if I need to speed up, and I just hit the,
hit the gas pedal.
thank you, sir.
Ms. Cross?
Just a re-verification here, so once you've engaged the brake and engaged the engine exhaust,
Mm-hmm.
and of course the transmission's working
Slow down.
to slow down the vehicle as well, if you took your foot off the brake, I think you just answered this, but I just want to make sure that the exhaust brake and the transmission will continue to slow that vehicle.
Yes.
Thank you.
You used the term, you were asked about the term ELD, what does that stand for?
Electronic logging device, so,
Keep track of your hours and miles?
yeah, electronically instead of on the paper book.
Okay. Can an exhaust brake be activated without applying brake pressure?
It can be, yes.
It can.
It can be, but some trucks, yeah, they can have programmed where you need to apply brake.
Okay, but a driver can, in some situations, a driver can employ the exhaust brake
Yes,
without touching the brakes.
yes,
If that happens, do the brake lights get activated?
no. Not until you press the brake pedal.
Okay. Is there a connection between the exhaust brake and the transmission?
I honestly, I can't answer that.
Let me ask you
but
this. How does the transmission know to downshift?
When there's no.
Based on the speed and the RPMs?
Speed and RPMs and you're not calling for power to take off.
Accelerating?
Accelerating, yeah.
Okay. So are you saying that as a driver, you can activate the transmission to help slow, of an automatic transmission, to help slow the speed of the truck?
Yes. Yeah, you can manipulate or to start slowing down more.
Okay,
effectively.
so by the gear shift?
Yes.
Okay, so you can, even though it's automatic, you can
There's a push button we can.
go to lower gear, go to lower gear, go to lower. Would that activate the brake lights?
No.
Okay. Follow up?
The actual exhaust then would come on automatically if you were on a grade going downhill?
If your foot's off the accelerator.
Okay. And of course, you're not on a grade at this point, you're in
No.
flat level.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step in. Mr. Murphy.
The state would call Robert Wolverton.
Stand here, sir. Sorry, stand here, sir. Just raise your right hand. You solemnly swear testimony that you're about to give in this case now being heard is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Yes, sir. Can you state your full name, spell your last name, please, for the record, sir?
Robert Scott Wolverton, Wolverton.
Thanks, sir.
You may inquire.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Wolverton. Sir, I want to go back to November 14th of 2023. Do you remember that morning, sir?
I do, I'm a God's miracle. 6 people died behind me.
Okay.
God saved my life that day.
Okay. How'd your day start, sir?
It was about 9:30, I was traveling to Pickerton, East of Fresh for breakfast. There was an accident ahead of me, and that's why I was stopped in the right lane.
Okay.
Then that's when I got hit in the rear end by the bus,
Okay.
which knocked me to the right.
Okay.
knocked me over, the airbag went off, car was on fire. They used the console to pick myself up, the driver's door was jammed. I said, God, don't let me burn up in this car. That's when the state trooper, Sean, reached in with a good Samaritan and pulled me out of the car. I was laying on the grass, the squad came up, asked me, they took the vitals, asked how I was doing, I said, I'm hurting. That's when they transported me to Grand Hospital. 8.5 hour operation. Broken neck, broken back.
Sir, I want to show you a picture. I apologize. This is of your 2016 Toyota Highlander.
2006.
I'm sorry, 2006.
Yes, sir.
Sir, is this in fact photographs of your 2006 Toyota Highlander?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This would be afterwards?
After I was hit.
Okay. There's a truck where it looks like the remains of a semi on the side of your vehicle.
I could smell the smoke and fire from it.
Okay.
I think it had a little batteries on it.
Okay. And sir, the actual Toyota was hit by, was it the bus or the semi?
Bus, which kicked me to the right.
To the right as to the,
Yeah,
looks like you're in the fast lane there. That looks like it would be to your left.
I was in the right lane on 70.
Okay. So you moved from the right lane to the left lane?
I stayed in the right lane until it knocked me over.
Okay.
No.
But your vehicle ended up in the passing lane or the left lane here. Is that?
I guess, I don't know.
Okay. You said a Good Samaritan helped.
Yes, he was out in the hallway.
Josh Chica?
Yes,
Okay. And you also mentioned Trooper Sean Grimm.
yes.
Okay, how did they help you?
When the driver's door was jammed, they reached in and the Good Samaritan helped me get out of the car and laid me down in the grass.
Okay. And you indicated that you require an operation. You had some injuries specifically to your back as a result of this.
8.5 hour operation, Grand Hospital.
Thank you, sir.
Cross-examination.
I have no questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Okay.
Next witness, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Trooper Sean Grimm.
Solemnly swear testimony that you're about to give in this case now being heard is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so be God. You see, state your full name, spell your last name, please, for the records.
My name is Trooper Sean Grimm. It's G-R-I-M.
Take a trip.
You may inquire.
Thank you. We can go over here. Sorry to make you move again. I apologize. Sean, where are you employed?
State Highway Patrol, Granville Post 45.
And how long you been Ohio State Highway Patrol Trooper?
Coming up on 22 years.
Okay. And were you so employed on Tuesday, November 14th, 2023?
I was.
Sir, are you familiar with Interstate 70?
I am.
Is there any part of Interstate 70 where you frequent?
We're basically from the Licking County stretch, about mile marker 113 to about the 142.
Okay. And we're going to be talking about a couple of collisions that occurred. The first one was an accident. This one's a collision. The first one, were you assisting Trooper Sawyers?
I was.
And sir, what location would that have been at?
That would have been at Interstate 70 at mile marker 117 westbound.
Okay. And sir, would that location be further west than the second collision?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Now, sir, as Ohio State Highway Patrol trooper, is your cruiser equipped with a video recording system?
It is.
What kind of video recording system?
It's got a front video system, a dash cam video, and I also carry a body camera.
Okay. And sir, did you have those operational on Tuesday, November 14th, 2023?
I did.
Okay. And sir, tell us about the accident that occurred around mile marker 117 that you were assisting Trooper Sawyers with.
Yes, I got information that Trooper Sawyers got dispatched to a 4-vehicle crash involving a commercial, and that they were located in the median. I was running errands, but I told the dispatcher I'll be en route to assist. I arrived there about 45 minutes later to assist with Trooper Sawyers. When I made contact with Trooper Sawyers, he said that he needed some assistance with gathering statements from the drivers, so that's what I was in the process of doing.
Okay. At the time period that you arrived, where were the involved vehicles in this accident?
It was on Interstate 70 west of State Route 310. It was in the median, so it would be south of the roadway.
Okay, so the vehicles at this point in time weren't on the roadway itself that were involved in this accident, they were off the road?
They were off the road.
Okay. And so as far as other traffic or congestion issues, that would have only been one of these rubbernecking type events. It wasn't something that would have stopped or closed the roadway at the time you arrived.
That is correct. Both lanes were open and traffic was slowly going through.
Okay. And so when I use the term rubbernecking, that's just people looking to see what's going on?
Pretty, yes.
Okay. How's the traffic flow in this area generally?
Depending on the time of the day, like in the morning when you have more traffic, it's pretty busy. It lightens up during the afternoon, but Columbus traffic, work traffic picks up a little bit in the evening too. But generally, it flows pretty well.
Okay. And so describe this roadway. How many lanes are on this roadway?
It's 2 lanes. There are certain parts of the interstate that does pick up to 3, but at this stretch of the roadway, it's 2 lanes.
Okay. Slow lane, fast lane,
Yes,
fog lines,
yes,
and those, rumble strips on both sides of the roadway,
correct,
if you go over that?
yes.
Okay. And the speed limit in this general area?
70 miles an hour.
Okay. The particular area that we're going to be talking about here, that area also was in Licking County, Ohio?
It is,
Okay, so both these events would have occurred in Licking County?
that is correct.
Okay. Any fatalities from what you were investigating, this accident at 117?
No,
Okay. In terms of the normal procedure, you were going to take statements from individuals that were part of this or witnessed this, or walk us through that?
I checked with Trooper Sawyers, and he just said that he would, to assist his investigation, he wanted me to get a statement from a driver, yes.
Okay, so that's all you were doing?
That's what I was in the process of doing, yes.
Okay. At some point, was this activity by you disrupted?
Yes, it was.
And what disrupted that activity?
As I was getting ready to start questioning a driver out of this crash, I was looking towards the east, and I noticed I would describe it as a mushroom cloud of smoke coming from the east. My initial thoughts were there's a car fire, there's something going on back there, so I radioed that into the dispatch center and let them know to start firing EMS to that location, which I estimated about 2 miles away. And I determined it was westbound on Interstate 70, just east of our State Route 310.
So the same side of the roadway you're on,
Yes,
further east,
yes,
and you indicated that from what you saw, from your experience, it looked like something was on fire.
yes,
Okay? So I'm assuming you've seen something like this in the past.
yes,
Okay. And sir, was your body cam active at that time?
yes.
Sir, I want to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit number 4. this is an image from your body cam,
That's correct.
and off to the east, is that the plume that you were talking about?
Yes.
Back over here?
Yeah, that's the smoke, yes.
Okay. And the involved vehicles, they're off on the side of the roadway here?
Yes.
Okay. See if the volume's any better.
Wrecker's on scene, and it looks like we got a 34 behind us by the bridge. Go ahead and start a fire department. I'm gonna go check that.
And sir, we just saw a series of cars going by, so the traffic was flowing there?
That's correct.
Okay.
It's not gonna be good back there. Nope. Do we got everybody out?
Sir, you arrived at the scene at this point. Where are you parked at?
Parked on the median. It would be just east of the final rest of these vehicles.
And
Median.
what are we seeing over here?
You're seeing a bus on fire, the rear part of it. You're seeing the commercial truck on fire. You're seeing the Toyota Highlander that's next to it, that the heat's spreading towards it, the fire's spreading towards it. And underneath the commercial truck here, the Freightliner, you have another vehicle that we found out about a little bit later.
But you didn't know about that other vehicle at that time?
No.
The actual Toyota Highlander, what lane of travel was that in?
That is in the south lane facing the opposite direction. So left lane.
Okay.
The left lane.
Oh, no, they kids in the bus. You can't get in the bus.
Lancaster getting it. Fire department well. We still have some people in the bus.
MD is around. Oh, I got this. This is my freaking. No, you get the fucking fire tickets, please.
Do we know who this gentleman is on the ground here, sir?
Later determined that was Mr. McDonald, the driver of the Freightliner truck. But at that point, when I'm walking by, I did not.
Do you see Mr. McDonald in the courtroom here, sir?
I do.
Can you identify him for the record,
He's
please?
sitting across from me in a blue flannel shirt.
You're going to ask the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Yeah, we'll serve reflect.
And sir, what do we see all scattered around here?
Those are batteries. Debris from the Freightliner truck. The impact forced them out of the trailer and they littered the south side of the roadway and the roadway.
And that's the Midstate Systems trailer there?
Yes.
Who is it? Come on, let's get out! Get out! Come on! Move! Move! Come on! Out! Go! All right, go! All right, got him. Come on! Say, you guys drag him over? Yeah, get it.
Sir, I understand that this is your safety vest, your jacket,
It is.
but what did you guys just do?
Determined that there was the driver that was in the Toyota. It turns out to be Mr. Wolverton. He was laying in there when I came up to the car. Noticed he was in there. He was at an awkward angle. His feet were toward the steering wheel. He was laying back towards the back. The seat was at an angle, too broke, I believe. and he was in there. Made a determination, had to get him out of there because the fire didn't know how far that spread. We needed to get him out in safety.
And you know who helped you?
I do not know specifically who helped me. I believe it was an officer that was an off-duty officer from Gahanna PD, but I still have not met him.
Were they wearing a uniform or anything?
No, he was not.
Was it the defendant, though, that was helping you?
No.
Anything? Come on! Have you had communication? Come on. Buddy! Anyone here? Anyone? Come on! Oh, we got a count, are you sure? I don't see anyone. Somebody get a count on the kid. Count them up. Get an itinerary. Count them up. What about the driver? Anyone in there? I have no idea. I got here and it already happened. Lancaster got one of the guys out of the SUV. We're still trying to figure out if there's one kid in the bus. I just checked it. Couldn't find it. How many was with this on the...
I just stopped in that truck there. I was dragging the freaking kids off.
Right here!
Did you learn the identity of this individual?
Later on, I'm having a freeze on the name.
Josh Chica?
Yes,
Okay. Are you having difficulty breathing inside the
a little bit.
bus? Why is that, sir?
The smoke got to me, so.
EMS! EMS!
Language for 3261.
Hey!
3261. No, sir. Need you to 291353 down to that 31A. His vehicle's in the garage.
You okay? Talking?
So I'm gonna stop it here. Are you familiar with this semi-trailer back here?
I am.
How are you familiar with that, sir?
He was involved in the vehicle. He was the last one that was struck.
Okay. Looked like there's a pretty big distance from where that is and where the bus was.
There is.
Was there any corresponding damage to the bus that you saw?
Yes.
What kind of damage?
The bus, it would be the bus damage left front area was, and center front area was, there's a big impact area there.
Would that be where the driver would have been sitting?
Yes.
You got a couple down here that need help.
You talking?
I got a broken leg, yeah.
You got a broken leg?
We got one broken foot and a bunch of small injuries here.
You witness this? I was in this truck here. Broken leg, couple broken ankles. He's CPR right now. Maybe one more.
Hey, you get over here. Where else are injured?
Huh?
Where else are injured?
Broken leg. She's conscious. We got some over here. I need you to get a count of who's I need you to get a count. Does anyone need a EMS? Who needs it? Anyone need EMS?
What's that?
Anyone need EMS? One? Maybe Xander.
Possible broken foot. A bunch of small.
They're conscious, so.
Yeah.
I need a count. What's the injuries on this one?
Her legs down, back down.
She can't feel anything from her legs down. Got two over there with probably broken ankles. I went back there as far as I could. I didn't see anything, but then I got fired. We're getting a count on them right now. Were you the only one in the SUV? What happened?
Truck stopped, I sat behind him, the bus hit me.
Where were you at, sir? Can't hear you. You're in the what? You're in the semi? What happened? Do you have any identification on you?
Sir, is that Mr. McDonald you're talking to?
It is.
Did you ask him what happened?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
I don't know what happened. Didn't know. Don't remember.
Okay. There's blue skies out there.
Yes.
There's no adverse weather.
One.
Black grave.
Yes.
River Road.
Yes.
He doesn't know what happened.
Right.
Do you have any identification on you? Is there anyone else in the truck with you? And you said, I already asked you this, that you didn't have anyone else with you? I got your license. Just hold on to that, okay? were hit by the bus? Did you hit anyone in front of you? What's that, sir? Full tire. Well, yeah, right.
There's a car under the symbol.
Found the car, the axle's under, yeah. There's an axle under the body.
898. Yes, sir. We're gonna have
There's a car in the symbol.
Just make sure when we notify these guys, you run everything through command so we don't duplicate efforts.
I was just walking, yeah, we were just, and then I was gonna, they got a hit.
They're gonna have another vehicle. They're sizing it up. See what they need once they get it all sized up.
As our recon investigator, troop sergeant, Cambridge, I'm drawing a blank.
Thaney,
Yes.
where exactly was the Nissan located?
Underneath the power unit of the commercial. You can't even tell really with this, but it's underneath that commercial unit. It went over top of it at the impact.
I'm not even gonna put a field sketch on.
To the church where they were setting up all the kids and people that were involved in the crash at in Etna. They wanted us to meet with the first responders and meet with our MAT team.
When you first arrived on this scene, did you observe whether the driver cab for the Mr. McDonald semi was open?
It was when at one point I was able to see that. I could see right through. The driver's seat the door was open to a point I could see the driver's seat was empty. I could look right through and I could see that there was no one in the passenger seat.
Sir, is using your cell phone unlawful in the state of Ohio?
No.
Okay. There's a lawful way of using it?
Yes.
What's the lawful way of using it?
If you're talking about when you're driving, you can answer a phone, put it up to your ear, and receive a call that way.
Okay. Can you do anything besides that?
You can use it in Bluetooth capabilities. You can use it through as long as you're not holding it or touching it. Yes.
Can you watch a movie while you're driving?
No.
Okay. Can you play video games while you're driving?
No.
And why is that, sir?
Taking your eyes off the roadway, you're responsible for driving and maintaining safe transport through the highways.
Thank you, sir.
Cross-examination, Mr. Reagan.
Afternoon, Trooper.
Good afternoon.
So you were investigating another accident that had previously occurred when this accident occurred. That's right. Okay. So you didn't observe the sequence of events of the accident that's in question today at all, correct?
No.
And in fact, all of your body cam footage is subsequent to that event?
Yes.
Okay. In the very last part of your body cam footage there, you were walking around the red Toyota Highlander. We're just making observations of that?
Yes.
Okay. And towards the end there, you're standing at the back of the Toyota Highlander. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And there's damage to the back of that vehicle? Would you agree with me that that damage kind of begins about the middle of the tailgate and becomes increasingly so towards the passenger side?
There was damage, yes.
Yeah. It looked like it got hit about maybe the passenger corner, mid-tailgate area?
That's about right.
Okay. No further questions, thank you.
Redirect.
You weren't in charge of doing reconstruction on this collision?
No.
Who was that, sir? Who was in charge of that?
Trooper Jasper.
Okay. Did you provide what information you had to Trooper Trevor Jasper?
Yes, I did.
Are you aware if he was on the scene on this particular day?
I believe he was, but not at the time I was there. I don't believe he was there.
Okay, so you had left the scene by the time he arrived.
I believe so.
How would you describe the damage that you saw to the pavement in this area where this collision occurred?
Severely damaged, burnt. It was to the point that it had to be repaved after everything was cleared. It was undrivable. It was unsatisfactory for people to drive on it, so they had to repave it. It's bad.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Recross.
And that pavement had to be repaved because of the fire, is that correct?
Fire and damage from the accident.
When you're saying damage from the accident, that would be the vehicles themselves?
Well, there's damage from the crash. The specifics of it, it had to be repaved. I'll have to ask someone else.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank
No
you,
further
Trooper.
questions.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Sam Badawi.
Solemnly swear testimony that you're about to give this case now being heard is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Have a seat. Can you state your full name, spell your last name, please, for the records?
Sam Badawi, B-A-D-O-W-I.
Thanks.
You may inquire.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, I want to go back to Tuesday, November 14th, 2023, the bus crash. Are you familiar with this event, sir?
Yes.
How are you familiar with this event?
I was on 70 westbound going to Columbus from Pittsburgh, coming from Pittsburgh. And before that accident, I saw the accident, you know, I saw like the truck stop and there was a fire and smoke and then fire, some explosion coming out of the truck. That's what I saw coming into it.
Were you driving a semi, sir?
Yes,
And sir, what kind of semi were you driving?
53-footer.
Okay, 53-foot trailer. What about the actual truck itself?
The truck is, I believe at the time, it was international,
Okay.
2024.
Is that
New.
is that a Freightliner?
No, it's international.
Okay. And sir, how long have you been a Class A holder?
At least about 6-7 years.
Okay. And sir, the truck that you had, was it an automatic or was it a manual?
It's automatic.
Okay. And are you familiar with the differences between an automatic and a manual?
Somewhat. I only drive automatic, but I do have some knowledge of the stick shift.
Sir, at some point in time, were you following the Freightliner driver on November 14, 2023?
Yes, but to be honest, I didn't really see the truck till the accident because I really didn't pay attention to.
Understandable.
There's so many trucks, you know, on our road.
The International that you had, is that speed limited?
Yes,
To what?
65.
65.
Governed as 65.
So is that the governed speed of it, or is that
Yes.
the cruise control speed?
No, that's the speed, maximum speed that's allowed by my company.
Okay,
So they limit that. I can't exceed that.
okay. And so it's mechanically and, or I would imagine electronically?
Electronically, they go in and change the speed to 65 max.
Okay. And sir, on this particular day of Tuesday, November 14th, 2023, were you coming up to milepost 118?
Yes.
And
I think
did you,
very close to it, yes.
did you have a forward-facing dash cam, sir?
I do.
And was that activated?
Yes, all the time. Actually, as soon I turn my ignition on, it will activate automatically. That's my company also installed that in all our vehicles. And will stay on after we turn the truck off. About 20 minutes, it will stay on. So it is activated all the time almost.
Okay, so as a driver, you have no ability to override?
I can't even touch it. I can't even do anything with it, no.
Okay. Does it have any collision avoidance technology in it?
Not the camera, the truck does.
The truck?
Yeah.
Okay. What kind of collision avoidance does this international truck have?
It has warnings that if you come too close to a vehicle, and let's say you have your cruise set, and you come close to any object, it's gonna, let's say I'm setting it for 60, it's gonna reduce the speed, you know, by itself, even if I don't step on the brake. You can't maintain the speed I set it to.
Okay.
So, and like I said, there's alarms which give you if you come close to any objects.
And sir, this actual collision that occurred, was this person driving the same speed as you? Or were they going
I
as
honestly don't know because he was in the front of me, like there is a little bit of a distance. I have to maintain so much distance based on that camera, otherwise we get penalized as a driver. So he was ahead of me.
Okay.
So I came, when I saw that, you know, what happened, I saw smoke coming out and shortly after there's fire. So that's when
Okay. Before we talk about that,
Yeah.
in terms of distances, what kind of distance does your company policy?
Six to 8 seconds. So
Okay.
it's a quite a bit of distance.
So-
I'll say like at least maybe almost 2 lengths of semi.
Almost what?
Almost like 2 lengths
Oh,
of the semi.
Okay.
But I mean, you could come closer, but we get penalized if we do, basically on our driver.
Apologize, I'm just trying to pull up the video. You're gonna have a 10-minute break. Two things, I need to
Sure.
plug my computer in and I need to pull up this video.
Sure, let's take a quick recess, but let us know when you get all set.
All rise. There's no recess.
Make sure you get stand up before we stand up. So that way you don't hold it.
If you need to step down, use back.
I don't need it, but
You know, you can hang it up there.
Did you think
You don't have to, but I'll have to get to some water if you don't want to see.
Thank you, have a seat. Thank you, ready to proceed? All right, you may be seated.
Mr. Badawi, I'm going to show you in Mark State's Exhibit 7. This purports to be your dash cam video. Does that look accurate, sir?
Yes.
Okay, that was the truck that you were actually operating on that particular.
That is
In
correct.
terms of the road conditions out there, any ice or snow on the ground?
No.
Are you on a flat grade or level or hill or,
No, it was flat.
okay. Any sun in your eyes or anything like that?
No,
Sun to your rear?
I don't recall.
You're going west.
Yeah,
Sunrise is on the east.
yeah, so,
Okay, I don't want to confuse you.
no,
Okay.
it was clear.
The actual vehicle that we're looking at, that's the one that caught fire is in front of you?
Yes,
That's quite a ways away, isn't
it
it?
is.
Okay. This video truly and accurately depicts what was on your system.
Yes,
So this is the 118 sign, Etna, Pataskla, 1 mile away.
right.
Looks like there's a bridge coming up here. There's absolutely no traffic in between you or in front of you or on the side of you?
That's the way it was.
Okay. Is that unusual for that part of the roadway? or-
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, usually it's very busy around the morning, yes.
Okay. It looks like there's, I don't know if you can see it there, but it looks like there is, and we have a PowerPoint for a reconstructionist, but it looks like there's a white van that is actually moving into the fast lane from here. Can you see that, sir?
No, not really. Where?
Well, and again, it'll be right off here on the side.
Yeah,
You can see that?
yeah.
Okay. Oops, sorry.
That's what it started.
Okay, you can see the white van at this point is pulled over into the
Yes,
turn lane,
yes.
and it looks like there's some flame coming out from,
That's what I remember, yeah.
so that's about 35 seconds into the video. Okay.
It's the first time I see it. Yeah.
Okay, we see something on fire at this point.
Yes.
Do you know what was on fire at this point?
I saw the truck, the trailer on fire. That's what I saw.
Okay.
And I saw some debris from the smaller vehicles.
Does it show you? Seven video. Are you familiar with this video, sir?
Oh, yeah.
What is this video?
That's what I saw all the fire and explosions happening. And people start, piling on the side of the road to the right
Okay.
hand side.
I'm going to back this up a few frames in a second, but
Okay.
this is before any police look like they've arrived,
Yeah.
okay? It looks like, this is, looks like a Highlander, Toyota Highlander. And it looks like parts of the semi are on fire.
Looks like it, yeah.
Okay, and do you know who these folks are over here?
I think they were like, when I asked, but I don't know if it's correct or not, people were in the bus,
Okay.
start stepping out.
Were they young folks or old folks?
Majority of them young.
Okay. And is this video, this is your video?
Yes,
Truly and accurately depicts what we're seeing here?
yes.
Okay. Looks like we see a gentleman over here that has some kind of plaid shirt on and maybe blue jeans.
Yes.
Okay. You know who that person was?
No, I really don't.
Okay. You didn't know any of the people there, did you?
No, I didn't, to be honest, no. I kept my distance in a way, and the fire was going on and I wasn't shocked, to be honest, so. And then when I stepped out of the vehicle, some people say, you need to guys stay away. I think they were like, maybe from the first responders, stay away.
Okay.
So,
Well, let's watch the video then. Those explosions coming from,
I believe the tires from the semi,
okay, and the one on top?
that I don't know where, but it's from the semi, but I don't know what the cause.
Show you 7C. Is this you right after when you came to a stop?
Yes, that's my truck right there.
Okay. And again, it's a little bit hard to see, but we see some individuals that are out walking around.
Yeah, there's a person to the right, yeah.
And the other cars that came up from behind you, now they're going around
Yeah,
to continue their journey.
yeah.
And we have a police cruiser, looks like, coming up now.
Yes. I thought they showed up really quick, if I remember correctly.
7D. So the, looks like the semi is further on fire, black smoke.
Yes.
I'm assuming you're a little bit closer to this, this is the van, the Ford Transit van that was in, that you saw pull way under the bridge,
Mm-hmm.
or before the bridge, or around that area?
Yes.
Okay. Do States Exhibit 7A through D truly and accurately depict the videos and what you observed?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Cross-examination. Yeah, for me too.
So, how do I pronounce your last name, sir?
Badawi.
Badawi?
Mhm.
Okay. So, as you're traveling behind Jacob McDonald, you're not assessing his speed at all, are you?
No.
I think you testified earlier, there's lots of trucks out there you weren't really
Yeah,
paying
I honestly didn't pay attention. It was till that thing happened, till when I started looking.
Right.
So I wasn't paying attention, no.
So, just before the accident, did you, or the impact, did you see the impact? Were you paying attention when that happened?
No, I've seen it when, after I saw the, the smoke start. I knew and the traffic stopped, I knew there's something happened in the distance.
Okay, so you couldn't testify today related to anything regarding the actual impact?
I didn't see them.
Okay. And you testified that the white van, did you observe that or only after that?
I did not, no.
Okay, so everything that you're testifying today is more or less what you've seen after the fact?
Yes. Well, I'm testifying that the film we just saw, it's from my truck.
That film's from your truck, that's what you're
Yes.
testifying?
Yeah.
Right, okay. Okay, no further questions, thank you.
Redirect?
Were you watching the road, sir?
Of course.
Did you have any reason to think that a professional driver ahead of you would all of a sudden have his vehicle just go up in flames?
Of course not, this doesn't happen every day,
No. So that was a very unusual event.
It is.
Thank you. I think
Recross?
Yeah, do professional drivers get in accidents?
Of course they do, but
Okay.
to be honest, if you want to ask my opinion, they're usually better driver than the rest of the people, I'm being honest.
I'm sorry?
They drive, usually they're professional drivers, usually.
Okay. Do professional drivers get in accidents?
Of course.
Are you testifying as to why they get in accidents today?
No.
Okay, thank you, no further questions.
Thank you, sir. You may step in. Mr. Murphy?
you're on a state would call Eugene Mans Jr.
Swear testimony that you have in this case now being heard is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Have a seat. Can you state your full names for your last name, please?
Eugene S. Mans, M-A-N-N-S, Jr.
Thank you.
You may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir. Had to check that. Mr. Mans, how are you?
Fine.
And sir, I want to go back to Tuesday, November 14th, 2023. What were you doing that morning, sir?
I was on my way back from Zanesville, Ohio, picking up a veteran, taking him back to the VA for an appointment.
Okay. Is that what you do, sir?
Yes.
And where are you employed at?
Department of Veterans Affairs at the time was in Columbus, Ohio, but now I'm back in Dayton, Ohio.
And sir, how long have you been with the Department of Veterans Affairs?
Over 4 years.
Okay. And sir, were you driving a 2024 Transit 350 van on that particular morning?
Yes, sir.
And sir, are you familiar with the operation of that van?
Yes, sir.
Have you driven that van before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And sir, how many people were you transporting on that particular morning?
That morning it was myself, the vet, and an aide.
Okay. And sir, at some point in time, were you on Interstate 70?
Yes, sir.
And sir, I want to show you, apologize.
This is.
Sir, this is a zoomed in PowerPoint of the last gentleman, Mr. Sam Badawi, video. I want to show you this vehicle here, sir. Is that your Ford Transit that you were driving?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And sir, before you ended up in the center turn lane, were you in front of the semi that we see to the right of you?
Yes.
Okay. And sir, I'm going to back this up. I'm showing you frame. Looks like 33, you're side by side with this vehicle, the semi?
Yes.
Okay. 34 is when you first start moving over. Would that be accurate?
No, I moved over before that.
Well, 33 looks like you're, going into the center.
Yes, yes.
Going back to frame 31, you're in the left lane, it appears here.
Yes.
Frame 30, you're in the left lane.
Yes.
Frame 29, you're in the left lane.
Yes.
Frame 28, you're in the left lane.
Yes.
Frame 27, you're in the left lane.
Yes.
Frame 26, you're in the left lane.
Yes.
Frame 25, you're in between lanes.
Yes.
Frame 24, you look like you're probably all the way into the right lane or around the zipper line in the middle.
Appears to be yes.
Sir, walk us through how you ended up moving from the right lane into the left lane and into the U-turn area.
Well, that morning we were coming back, headed back to Columbus from Zanesville. Aid and I were having a conversation, like we always do when they ride with us, and we noticed that traffic had slowed down in front of us. So she said to me, "Traffic slowed down?" I said, "Yes." So at that point, put my blinker on, I remember putting it on, going over into the left lane. When I got into the left lane, we continued to have a conversation. Next thing I know, we heard a loud crash. Boom! Looked over out the passenger window, and I saw the truck pushing the bus down the road. And I seen the truck go up the back of the bus like it was on a roller coaster, and it slammed down. And as I was still driving, there was a burgundy SUV that was spinning toward me. I don't know where it came from, but it came spinning toward me, and I turned over to the left a little bit more, and that's where we stopped. Then we realized what happened.
You said that the semi went up and into the bus?
It was pushing the bus, the truck was pushing the bus, and then it went up. And they're like a roller coaster, and it came back down.
Okay. At this time, were you aware that there was a vehicle between that semi and the bus?
No, sir.
Okay. At some point in time, did you learn that there was a vehicle between the semi and the bus?
Yes, sir.
And sir, when did you learn that?
After the news footage and found out that 3 more people had passed away from
You said that you were having a conversation with the aide?
Yes, sir.
And you were having a conversation with the aide while you were in the right lane and while you moved over to the left lane?
Yes.
Any part of that conversation prevented you from looking down the road?
No, sir.
Okay. And just so that I understand the weather conditions on this particular morning, if there's any ice on the road or anything like that?
No, sir.
Sun to your back?
Yes.
Any difficulty in driving that morning?
No, sir.
In terms of traffic congestion, is this an area that normally has traffic congestion?
Give or take the time of day or traffic that may be going that way. But
So-
typically there's not,
About 8:48 in the morning typically, there's not?
not that much.
Okay. And so was traffic stopped in front of you before the truck got involved in this collision, or was it just slowing down?
What I saw was a lot of brake lights.
Okay.
So I didn't know if it was like standstill traffic or was slowing down. I just noticed that traffic had been like a lot of brake lights, so it probably had been slowing down for something.
Okay. But nothing prevented you from bringing your vehicle to a stop?
No, sir.
Sir, after this truck caught on fire, could you tell the court what you did?
But once I realized what had happened, I remember asking Abe to give me my fire extinguisher because I noticed there was fireballs behind the tractor of the truck. And the burgundy SUV that spun toward me, I thought his battery fell out the bottom of his car. So all I saw was fire. So I asked her to hand me my fire extinguisher and she couldn't get it. So I reached behind the passenger seat and grabbed the fire extinguisher and I went out and started putting out the fireballs that was leading up to the back of the truck and the burgundy SUV. And I asked, I looked in the vehicle and I couldn't see a driver in the burgundy SUV. And I remember asking, is anybody in there? And I heard somebody say, help me. And I looked in the front and he was laying between the driver's seat and the passenger seat. And I said, okay, sir, I'm putting this fire out underneath your car. And the fire extinguisher, I believe, went out at the time. I ran back to my van, forgot that the gentleman was in the vehicle and was trying to contact my dispatch to let him know what had just happened. Because I couldn't get the vet to his appointment because the road was blocked at that point.
Okay. Sir, you took a couple pictures.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 3A. Is this a photograph you took, sir?
Yes.
Sir, what are we seeing in this picture?
Seeing the burgundy SUV that was spinning toward me, looked like batteries on the road, the truck on fire, the door of the truck open, looks like students on the right side, the front of the bus, and another damaged semi-truck.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 3B. Are you familiar with State's Exhibit 3B?
Yes, sir.
What is State's Exhibit 3B?
Showing that the truck is more engulfed in flames, the burgundy SUV, the bus, again, looks like batteries are around the road, people, and a gentleman standing in the middle with his arms, look like his arms are raised up.
This shirt here, sir, or this person here? Is this the individual?
He doesn't see your laser on his screen, so.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if that was the truck driver?
Yes.
So the truck driver got out of the truck and at some point was standing up, watching his truck go up in flames with its hands in the air.
Yes.
Did you have an opinion after looking at the semi driver as to what his state of mind was, if you could tell?
I just remember when the accident happened, I remember seeing the truck driver and I yelled at him, "Sir, get out of your truck, it's on fire." And I seen him climb out the truck backwards like feet first, like he was coming down. I can't tell if he was disoriented or anything like that because everything that was going on at the time. I do remember him coming out, and that's all I remember as far as where he went after the fact. I had no idea because, like I said, I was out helping to put out the fires.
If you know, did this individual do anything to help anyone?
Say that again.
Did he do anything to help anyone?
I didn't see.
Okay. Did you see which side of the truck was on fire?
The far right front of it appeared to be when I saw
In the cab? Or in the engine? Or behind
the
it?
very front of the truck where the engine would be.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Ron. Can I have a moment to ask Richie a question?
Sure.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
This is a video that was, you were just testifying to the frames earlier with the prosecution. Do you agree with that?
It looks like it, yes.
Okay. Let me fast forward a little bit so you can see your van. Oops. And that's going to be your white van right there. It's going to be coming out of the right-hand lane and the left-hand lane, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you testified earlier that you're having a conversation with the other vets in the van?
Having a conversation with the nurse's aide.
The nurse's aide? Okay.
Yes.
And you heard a loud boom?
No. It was after we seen that traffic had slowed down. Then I started to merge to the left lane. Then we heard the boom and looked over and saw the truck pushing the bus down the highway.
Okay. So you heard a boom, correct?
Yes.
And that caused you to look out the passenger window, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you looked out that window, that's when you saw the semi against the bus, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And 34 seconds here. So now, you're still driving next to him at this point, right? You're still flowing next to the semi. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm curious if you can see, right here you're going to see a silver metallic piece that's going to fly off. I'm going to back up just a smidge. You see that silver metallic fly off?
Go back again, please.
Okay. See it?
Yes.
Okay. So you're still flowing next to the bus up until about that point, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm so sorry. The semi, not the bus.
The truck, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And at that point, you heard that boom. So that was prior, that you heard the boom prior to taking any evasive maneuvers, correct?
Yes, because at that point, when I started to turn over to the left more, that burgundy SUV came out of nowhere. And that's where I ended up turning to the left. After I got in the left lane, I ended up turning away from it.
Okay. So you hear the boom, you look over, and you see the semi into the bus.
Yes.
You immediately apply your brakes and turn to the left.
No, the brakes were already down because traffic was slowed.
Okay.
But what made me turn to the left even more is because the burgundy SUV, like I said, came out of nowhere.
Okay.
Once we heard the boom, seen the truck push the bus down the highway, the truck went up, it came back down, the burgundy SUV was coming. I turned to the left to get out the way of the SUV. And we ended up right where the U-turn of the highway was.
How much time lapsed?
I don't know, it happened so fast.
It happened very quickly. Move back up just a smidge here again to point of impact. So you're flowing next to the truck here, you agree with that? Correct?
Yes.
And then right there we see the silver impact, or the silver metallic. We have the impact. You agree with that?
Yes.
You're taking evasive maneuvers. You agree with that, sir?
Yes.
And there's the burgundy Toyota Highlander that you were avoiding. Is that accurate?
Yes.
No further questions, thank you.
Redirect.
So that was 33 into 34 seconds, that metallic piece you can see.
Yes.
And just so we're following along on the PowerPoint, looks like you started to move over at 24 seconds.
It appears to be yes.
So about 10 seconds, a little bit short of 10 seconds.
Before,
By the time you moved, the time that silver piece goes off to the side, and then another second afterwards, there's a fireball.
yes.
No further questions?
Redirect.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. All right, why don't we take a lunch break? Plan on resuming at 1:30.
Thank you.
Anything further?
All rise. We're at recess.
Jordan, catch you back there. Thank you, that's.
All right, we're back on the record. Parties are present, ready to resume. Before we do that, however, though, I want to put on the record that I've ordered a separation of witnesses under Evidence Rule 615, and order that any witnesses the parties anticipate calling to testify not hear any of the testimony of the other witnesses. We have this kind of unique situation here where there's live streaming taking place. Just want to put that on the record before we proceed any further. I've communicated this with the attorneys. Any issues to address with regard to this order before we proceed?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Let's see then. Mr. Murphy, your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Dr. Lee.
solemnly swear testimony that you have to give this case not being heard, the truth, told truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
MC, can you state your full name and spell your last name, please, for the record, sir?
Dr. Charles Jeffrey Lee, L.E.
Thank you, doctor.
You may inquire.
Thank you. Doctor, if you could introduce yourself and tell us what your background, education, and training is.
Okay, my name is Dr. Lee. I'm the forensic pathologist at the Licking County Coroner's Office. I've been here about 25 years now. I graduated from Ohio University College of Osteopathic Medicine in 1992, then did a one-year rotating internship at Flint Osteopathic Hospital in Flint, Michigan, from 92 to 93. And then I did a 4-year hospital pathology residency at the Beaumont Hospital in Royal Oak, Michigan, just outside of Detroit. That would have been from 93 to 97. And then I did a 1-year forensic fellowship specialty training program at the Medical University of South Carolina in Charleston from 97 to 98. Then I worked for 2 years at the Richmond, Virginia Medical Examiner's Office.
And sir, do you have any publications?
I have a few from several years ago when I was in training, nothing recent.
Teaching?
A little bit, yes. I teach at COTC once a year, some other high schools and some local colleges in the area. I like once a year, what does a coroner do, what's a forensic pathologist, kind of a general thing, I don't teach a program or anything like that.
Sir, are you familiar with this case involving State of Ohio versus Jacob McDonald?
Yes.
Sir, my understanding is that you have coroner reports, death certificates, as well as your curriculum vitae for 6 deceased individuals.
That's right.
And they're marked States Exhibit A through F. I think we have a stipulation on those.
Yes.
So I won't ask you about them other than they're as what they seem to be. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. I want to direct your opinion, though, in the book in front of you to States Exhibit number 9. And I'm also going to ask you to look in the back of the exhibit book in the sleeve there, States Exhibit number 10. But turning your attention first to States Exhibit number 9.
Okay, I see 9 and 10, yes.
Okay. Sir, what is States Exhibit number 9?
It is a letter from me to you, actually, from July of last year. It is, I wrote the letter to you after I reviewed the medical records from Mr. McDonald's stint in the emergency room on that day of November 14th.
And that's States Exhibit number 10?
That's 9, is my letter
Right,
to
the
you.
actual medical records.
Oh.
It's in the back sleeve.
Yes, the first few pages look very familiar, yes.
Okay. And sir, what was the request placed to you?
To see if there was any evidence of a medical condition that Mr. McDonald may have had that could have made him less attentive at the wheel that day.
Was one of those conditions diabetes?
Yes.
And sir, what was the background or the information provided in those medical records regarding the defendant and diabetes?
He had had diabetes for a while. He was being treated with medication, not insulin, and he had a finger stick number of 173 or so on the scene by the EMTs, and then they drew his blood once in the ER, and his number was 156.
Okay. And sir, are you familiar with the treatment of this, I'm going to call it a disease?
Yes, in general.
Okay. Are those numbers outside the bounds of acceptability?
Not acceptability, no. They're a little high compared to what you want. If you're treating someone with diabetes, you would like to have it lower, and I think the normal for the hospital was 80 to 100, but you certainly would like it no more than 120 or 130 on a regular basis.
Okay. And from the information that you had, were you able to form an opinion as to whether or not diabetes or some other medical condition may have contributed or caused the collision that occurred in this particular case?
Yes, I didn't find anything in the records, including the diabetes, that would have caused him to be what I would think is less than conscious, unconscious, certainly not completely alert. With the high blood sugars, you tend to get jittery at numbers that are even a little higher than this. At this level, I wouldn't expect there to be much symptoms or signs from him or from anyone with those levels.
And I'm assuming that you've offered an expert opinion in this court and the other court a few times.
Yes, many times.
And were you able to, from a review of the medical records of the defendant, as well as your knowledge and background and subject matter in this, form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty within your field of expertise?
Yes.
And what was that opinion, sir?
That there is no reason medically that I could see from the history documented in the medical records that Mr. McDonald wouldn't have been able to be alert and driving in an alert situation.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination?
I have no questions, Your Honor.
You referenced some numbers here. Are those like blood sugar numbers?
Blood sugar numbers, yes. Sorry if I didn't say that.
Okay, I don't think you were asked, but you characterized them as a little high.
A little bit high, yes.
Okay.
They did not give him anything for treatment in the emergency room for those numbers.
All right. All right. Follow up, Mr. Murphy?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Thank you, Doctor. You may step down.
Okay.
Your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. This day we call Josh Chica. Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
You solemnly swear the testimony that you're about to give in this case now being heard is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. You have a seat. Can you state your full name, spell your last name, please, for the record?
Joshua Henry Chica, C-H-I-E-K-A.
Thanks.
You may inquire.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, my name's Cliff Murphy. We've talked by phone a few times. I don't think I ever met you in person. But I wanted to talk to you about the events that occurred on November 14th, 2023. Do you recall that morning?
Yes, sir.
And sir, what do you do professionally?
I'm a truck driver.
And how long have you been a truck driver?
About 3 years.
Okay. And were you a truck driver on November 14th, 2023?
Yes, sir.
And what kind of licensure do you have?
I have my CDL, hazmat, all the endorsements.
In a class?
Class A.
Okay. And sir, when you say that you have all the endorsements, hazmat, what does that mean?
I could tanker, I could haul tanker, doubles, triples, hazardous material, things like that.
Okay. And sir, how did you get to that point, that you have those certifications?
I just went and took the test, studied for the testing, and studied all those.
And how did you get your Class A?
I went to school.
How long did you go to school?
About 3 months, I believe.
Okay. And you indicated that you've been driving about 3 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Going back to November 14th, 2023, were you on state or Interstate Route 70?
Yes.
My understanding is that you were on the eastern side
Correct.
of that, not the western side.
Correct.
Okay. And sir, what drew your attention to what was going on the western side of the roadway?
Well, there was an accident up front, and there was traffic just stopped on it would have been the westbound lane, and I just kind of rubbernecking. And then
Stopped or rubbernecking?
I was rubbernecking going by the first exit. Then I seen that there was a bus that was on fire, and I noticed that there was nobody off of that bus.
Okay.
For some reason, I don't know why I stopped, and pulled my tractor trailer to the side of the road and proceeded to cross the highway. And that's roughly about the time that the children started leaving the bus.
Okay. And sir, why were the children, if you knew, leaving the bus?
Because it was on fire.
Okay. And sir, were you able to discern why the bus was on fire?
Because a tractor trailer truck hit the back of the bus.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 22. It's an addition. Thank you. Are you familiar with State's Exhibit number 22?
Yes, sir.
And just not to give the ballot a hard time, is this the bus that you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
Now, is that the semi that you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
It appears that the front passenger wheel of the actual semi is off the ground.
Correct.
Is that the condition that you had observed it?
Yes, but I was so worried about the kids and that there was flames in the back, I didn't even notice that the flames hadn't even hit the bus at that time, to be honest with you.
Okay.
So this may have been a little bit before I actually arrived, this photo in particular. I'm guessing
I don't want you to guess.
Okay.
Was the truck on fire?
Yes.
Is that how the truck generally appeared?
Yes.
Bus was probably in better condition than it looks like there.
Yes.
Okay. When you arrived, you indicated the bus was on fire?
Yes, I did, but
Okay. Tell us what you did when you arrived.
I ran to the front of the bus and I noticed that there were students getting off of the bus. There was a little girl that had a broken leg, I believe, and they all started huddling in the front of the bus where the door was. I asked the children, I said, you should probably get away from that. There was a little girl that were in crutches. I asked her if I could pick her up. She said, yes, sir. I picked her up. I brought her, guessing about 50 yards, somewhere further away from the flames. At that point, I heard somebody say that there was still children on the bus. And this is where it gets a little grainy for me. I don't know what child I took off first, but I recall running in there, grabbing a child, dragging the child out, going back in and grabbing one more child and bringing that child out.
How was the interior of the bus smoke-wise?
It was smoky, extremely smoky.
Any difficulty breathing in there?
Yes, I had a very difficult time with that.
At some point in time, did you see another student hanging from a window?
Yes, sir.
Walk us through what happened.
I heard somebody in the back of, it was the second child, I can't say if it was Brennan or the other young boy, but I remember yelling in the back, "I promise I'll be back to get you, buddy." At that time, I heard somebody yell, "Jump, jump, jump." I got back off the bus in the front, and I was catching my breath is when I heard that. So I ran to the other side, the opposite side of the bus, and I seen a child hanging out by his foot. At that time, I pulled the kid, and he goes, "Ow." I go, "What do I do?" He goes, "Lift me up, sir." So I lifted him up, and he ended up getting his foot unstuck, and I helped him down to the ground. And I remember just putting him in front of me as we were moving away from the bus.
At some point in time, did you help Trooper Grimm with the person who was in an SUV?
Yes.
Okay, talk to us about that.
I wish I could be more clear on the time periods, but everything was happening so fast, my adrenaline was going. I ran behind a trooper. He was talking to a gentleman inside of a vehicle. As the trooper went towards the back of the vehicle, I reached my hand in and helped the older gentleman out of that vehicle. At that time, somebody else took him, and I just proceeded to walk away.
Sir, you suffered some injuries from this?
You know, the only injuries I really suffered was a burn on my right arm, very small. And I went to the hospital because I had trouble breathing. I had a severe headache at the end of that.
Okay. In terms of driving truck, do you drive a standard or do you drive automatic?
I actually drive both. At the time that the accident happened, I only drove a standard, but since that time of the accident, I've actually been put into an automatic, strictly an automatic.
Okay. What's the difference?
Shifting through gears, and so on and so forth.
Is driving an automatic easier on the driver?
Oh, yeah.
Why is that?
So all you do is step on the gas and go, and step on the brake, and you're not controlling the gears.
Okay. In terms of the automatic, are you familiar with an exhaust brake?
Yes.
Tell us what that is.
It's a switch. There's 1 through 3 settings, and what it does is it opens up the valves and introduces air exhaust into the motor to help slow down the vehicle when you're moving.
Okay. Does that happen with the pressing on the brake, or does that happen, pre-driving?
You don't have to step on the brake. You lit off if your Jake brake is engaged, you lit off of the fuel and the Jake brake will kick in.
Okay. And in terms of the purpose of the exhaust brake, is that to, obviously it doesn't increase the fuel mileage, because I would imagine you're not able to coast then.
No, you can't coast.
So what's the purpose of?
Slowing the vehicle down, so you're not riding your brakes, heating your brakes up, slows your vehicle down.
And just out of curiosity, if I have that engaged, if I have that on, whether it's by switch or some other way, just by taking my foot off the gas, so to speak, I understand it's diesel,
Yeah.
The truck would brake, would slow down.
Yes, correct.
Okay. If the vehicle was so equipped.
Yes.
Okay. And so, are you familiar with the 2019 Freightliner model, or?
I'm familiar with that model. I've never driven one.
Okay, so you don't know how it works on that particular truck?
I mean, they're all pretty much similar. I mean.
Okay. Well, then, if I was driving down State Route 70 on a flat, level ground, where the sun's to my back, and I'm sitting at an elevated position, and I can see everything in front of me, and I took my foot off the gas, or the accelerator pedal, whatever you want to call it, and did absolutely nothing else, what would that vehicle do?
It would start slowing down.
Okay, noticeably?
Yeah, oh yeah, especially if you're in third, you're in Jake's on the high.
Have you ever had to stop a semi on the quick?
Yes.
What kind of circumstances?
Just when there's vehicles, you know,
Cut in front of you?
cut in front of me, somebody slams on their brakes to avoid something, yes.
Okay. What is the stopping ability of one of these semis?
I would say at 65 mile.
What's your objection?
He's not an expert on the stopping ability of semis, he's a truck driver. You're
You
getting
can
into
explore
territory.
his background, but so far you haven't laid a foundation for it. Expert testimony.
I'm not as an expert, Your Honor, lay witness with additional knowledge. He's testified that, you know, he has the prior training, he has the credentials, he has the additional experience.
He says he's been driving the truck for 3 years.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, he said he's not familiar with the 2019 Freightliner. He can only
Sustained
speak
at
to his
this
truck.
point. Sustained at this point. If you can lay additional foundation, go ahead.
Sure. On your particular truck, what truck do you actually drive on a day-to-day, sir?
The one I drive is in between a Kenworth, a 2023 or 2024 Kenworth Peterbilt, and I have operated not Freightliners,
International?
Internationals.
Okay. And is that how those systems work?
Yes.
In those vehicles?
Yes.
So if somebody cut in front of me and I took my foot off the accelerator, would my vehicle, under any of those vehicles, come to a faster stop than if I did nothing?
Can you repeat that again?
Sure. If my foot's on the accelerator, what's going to happen with the vehicle?
It's going to speed up.
Okay, up until the maximum that it's covered.
Correct.
Okay? If I take my foot off, you previously testified that it would drop.
Correct.
And I think you used quite quickly.
Yes.
Okay? If you saw a vehicle pull in front of you, would you be able to bring your semi to a quick stop?
Absolutely.
What kind of distances are we talking about?
At 65 miles an hour, I think I could bring my truck to a complete stop within 150 yards to 200 yards, absolutely maximum. But as being a professional truck driver, I would be putting that truck into a ditch before I hit a vehicle.
Okay. Well, let me ask the question a different way without asking you whether or not you're going to go to the ditch or anything else. Sir, assume for the sake of argument you had 800 feet.
Okay.
Is that something that you'd be able to bring that vehicle to a stop if you were actually watching?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination?
You just testified that you put your truck in the ditch before you hit something.
Correct.
So how much does your truck weigh when it's loaded?
I'm hauling heavy up to 100,000 pounds, but without permits, about 80,000 pounds.
It's not real maneuverable, is it?
No.
So if you saw a quick braking event occur in front of you, you wouldn't be able to put that truck in a ditch, would you?
Absolutely, I'd be able to.
If a car was several feet in front of you?
No.
Okay. So you'd need a considerable amount of distance to be alerted to that stopping event in order to maneuver your vehicle, correct?
I would say 100 to 150 feet.
150 feet to maneuver it.
Yeah, by the time I recognized what was going on and proceeded to remove that vehicle from the roadway, yes.
Okay. You mentioned earlier that these Jake brakes, they have variable speeds. You said that 1 through 3, is that what you said? So does that give us a variable on how much it works? So in other words, it has three variables. Is it variable 1 give us a certain degree of slowing down, and variable 2 even more, and variable 3 even more?
Yes.
Okay. And is that something that the driver sets?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, are all Jake brakes like that?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And your knowledge is limited to the International and the Kenworth? Is that what
And Petersville.
And Peterbilt? Did I
Yes.
say Kenworth? Did I make that up or
No, and Kenworth also.
Okay. So, How much weight were you pulling that day?
I was empty that day when that actually occurred. When I was loaded going to Pixel to drop off my load, I was about 80,000 pounds.
You're about 80,000 pounds. Have you ever, when you had the 80,000 pounds, just for a test, locked up your brakes as hard as you could to see how far it takes you to stop?
No. Just not to test that out. That's not something that you would.
How about on I-70? Have you ever done that?
I've had vehicles stop, pull in front of me, stop. Yes, I've had this.
Have you had to hit your brakes to where you came to a complete stop? Just jammed on the brakes as hard as you could?
Not as I recall.
Okay.
Not on I-70.
So you haven't really performed any tests to tell us how far it takes to actually stop?
Well, I mean, not on I-70, but I mean, on different highways, absolutely. You've been cut off, you have to slow
I
down.
didn't ask you if you've been cut off on other highways. I've asked you if you ever performed a test to determine how long it takes to stop a truck with 80,000 pounds of weight.
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Sir, we're not talking about testing, we're talking about the real world. Have you done it in the real world?
Yes.
For lives matter?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
Rick Ross? In those real world events, as I just asked you, you've never locked up the brakes completely to come to a complete stop, have you?
I have locked up my brakes to not hit things. Yes, I have.
No, that's not what I asked you. I asked you, on the highway, have you locked up your brakes, jammed on them, I believe that's exactly what I said, and came to a complete stop when you were 80,000 pounds heavy?
I've never came to a complete stop on the highway locking it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Trooper James Coughlin.
Testimony that you have in this case, now being heard, is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes. You state your full names for your last name, please, for record, truth.
James Coughlin, C-O-F-F-L-A-N-D.
You may inquire.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Trooper.
Good afternoon.
Sir, where are you currently employed at?
Currently, State Highway Patrol. I'm assigned to the academy in Columbus.
Okay. And what do you do at the academy?
I'm an instructor.
And what do you instruct?
How to be a trooper, police officer in the state of Ohio. All the duties, crash, defensive tactics, driving, firearms, traffic stops, traffic law, criminal law.
Okay. And sir, how long have you been an Ohio State Highway Patrol trooper?
Just over 10 years.
Okay. And sir, do you have any training as a DRE?
I do.
What is your training, sir, in that?
Drug recognition expert. It's an extra training you go to, so you have standardized field sobriety that you have to have, which you get in the academy. That's a 40-hour week with practical application. Then you have a post-grad. So after we get done with our FTO training phase, we go through A-ROD, which is just more drug interdiction on the side of the road. And then after you have 5 years on, you can apply to be a drug recognition expert. And then you go through 3-week course, 2 weeks of our classroom, and then you have a week of practical that you have to do where you, that is, you learn how to detect drug impairment. There's 7 different categories that you have to look at. There's all kinds of, just more in-depth standardized field sobriety that you get trained on.
Is it legal drugs or illegal drugs or both?
It's both, any drugs.
And what are some of the things that you would observe as a DRE for someone who is suspected to be under the influence?
Well, it depends on the drug category. But some of the, like, for instance, for like depressants, you would look at like slow or slurred speech. So like alcohol, think alcohol. Have you ever seen them when it's impaired on alcohol? Alcohol is a depressant. So you look at blurred, watery eyes, glassy bloodshot eyes, slow slurred speech. lethargic movements, maybe a sway about their person. Then you have stimulants, which is like cocaine, amphetamines, methamphetamine. That's someone who's real rigid, very, very hyperactive. Then you have narcotics, when the pupils will be pinpoint. They'll be kind of what's called on the nod, almost look like they're sleeping. So there's different drug categories that you look at. Marijuana, you have glassy bloodshot eyes, lethargic movements, very like laid back demeanor about their person. These are all just different things you look at.
Okay, so you're looking for something that would be out of the ordinary that you'd expect to see on someone who's not
Correct.
impaired.
Correct.
Okay. And sir, how long have you been a DRE expert with the State Highway Patrol?
I went through DRE school in 2019.
Okay. And so I'm assuming then if you went through in 2019, you were so certified on Tuesday, November 14, 2023.
I was.
Okay. And sir, did you participate in an investigation of a collision that occurred on Interstate 70 near milepost 118 in the westbound lane in Licking County, Ohio?
I did.
Okay. And sir, could you tell the court what your participation was in that investigation?
I was assigned to the Lancaster post, which is just south of the Greenville post. I knew that they had a serious crash going on 70, and it was kind of an all hands on deck. I used to work at the Greenville post, so I called Lieutenant Vollmer and asked him if he needed any assistance. And then he asked me to go to Grant Hospital to make contact with Mr. McDonald, who was the driver of the semi. Most importantly, you want to make sure there wasn't any impairment or anything like that.
Okay. And again, impairment can be drugs, can be non-drugs, just some level of alteration.
Correct.
Okay. And do you see Mr. McDonald in the courtroom here today?
Yes, he's sitting with the defense.
I'm going to ask the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant.
Sir, reflect.
Now, sir, in 2023, November 14th, did you have access to a body-worn camera?
I did.
Okay, and sir, were you wearing that body-worn camera when you had that interaction with Mr. McDonald?
I did.
Okay, I'm going to show you what has been marked, and I apologize. It's State's Exhibit number 11. I believe this starts at about 117, so I'm going to just move it up to 117-ish. Who was with you for this?
Gentleman right there, Matson, Sergeant Matson.
Jacob.
And Trooper Dewars.
How you feeling?
Also now Sergeant.
As good as you can be, huh? I'm Trooper Coughlin with the patrol, obviously. That's Trooper Matson, Trooper Dewerson. Just come and check on you. Ask you some questions. All right. Do you know? Can you remember what happened?
I can't even remember any. The first thing I remember, the only thing I remember, is seeing fire outside of my truck.
Okay.
And that's the only thing I remember. I don't remember anything right before that. I don't remember any kind of anything before that or anything. I just remember fire going on in the truck.
Just remember, that's all you remember. Do you remember any vehicles that were in front of you? Do you remember any vehicles around you?
I don't remember it. I was driving down the road. I know that. I left the house this morning. And I was driving down the road and like normal, and then next thing I remember, it's like I just woke up and I seen fire outside my truck. That's the only thing I remember. And then I was like, I gotta get out of this truck. And I pulled the handle on the door and it opened. So I kind of rolled out of the truck and I seen all kinds of stuff going on. And I seen there was a red something, I don't know what it was, but a red SUV out of the satellite, and there was a man in it, and I tried to get him out, and I started hollering for some people to come over there because he was still in it. The fire, of course, at that point, it was really bad in the truck because I could feel the heat. And they told me to get over to the side.
That's about it.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember, so you don't remember, did you hit your head at all during the crash? Do you know?
I don't know.
Did you have your seatbelt on?
Yes, I did.
You did? So you did.
So I probably didn't hit my head. I mean,
Do you have any medical conditions or anything? Are you a diabetic or epileptic or anything like that?
I am a diabetic. You are diabetic. I take metformin.
Okay. Was your sugar, do you know if your sugar was low or anything like that, or?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
I mean,
was your medical card for your medical card's good for your CDL?
Yes.
Okay. When was your last exam?
It's been less than a year ago. I don't remember, right off, but it's been definitely less than a year.
How, you got every year?
Because I've been taking it. Well, they made me take it. They said I didn't have to take it back in a year. That's how I know it's been less than a year ago.
Okay.
I don't remember exactly when, but.
What was the last moment that you do remember while driving? Do you remember where you were at?
I remember. Let's see, the last moment I remember when I was driving. Our yard's at 126, and I was past it.
So you're past the 126?
I'm sure I was past the 126.
Okay. Which direction were you heading?
I was headed westbound.
Westbound?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you travel that route often?
Every day.
Every day?
Yeah, every other day. I go from Ohio to Pennsylvania, Marysville, Ohio to Pennsylvania.
Okay. What were you hauling?
Batteries.
What kind?
Honda.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just the little small batteries that you put up in the front?
In cars.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many do you have?
I had, there was 8, 2, and 2. There was 12 pallets total.
12 pallets. How many is typically in a pallet?
I'm not even sure.
Oh, okay. Do you know the approximate weight that you were running?
Probably maybe 15, 16 tons.
Okay. Roughly 16,000?
I'd say, just a rough estimate. I'm not sure exactly.
What time did you leave Marysville?
Well, I didn't leave Marysville. I left my house. I was going to Marysville.
Okay.
Yeah. But I left my house this morning. I don't know. I don't even know what time I was when I left the house. It was, I would say it was probably around between 8 and 8:30.
8 and 8:30?
Yeah.
Where do you live at?
In Zanesville.
Zanesville?
What's your address?
It's 2230 Adamsville Road, Zanesville, Ohio. One of y'all has my driver's license.
Oh, okay.
One of the cops on the scene.
We weren't on the scene. They're still out there with it. So.
So what lane do you typically travel in?
Right lane.
Right lane? Do you ever get over to the left, or do you recall ever getting over to the left, or were you right lane the entire time?
I think I was in the right lane pretty much the entire time.
Okay.
I mean, from what I remember, I was in the right lane.
So when you were at, you said it was the 126 is what you remember last?
Yeah, I remember that.
When you were at the 126, do you remember what was in front of you, around you, anything along those lines?
There wasn't a lot of traffic
Yeah.
at that point. I don't remember a lot of the traffic then.
All right.
What's at the 126? Do you know?
Yeah, the truck stops, because that's where our yard is. The truck stops, and our yard's right up the road from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you didn't stop at the yard? You're driving from your house up to Marysville?
Marysville,
okay.
Yeah. And then I always go back to the yard and went back.
Okay.
So you were empty now? You were getting...
No, I had batteries.
Oh, okay.
Loaded.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So when did you pick up the batteries?
Yesterday in Thompson, PA.
Okay. And then you drove them to your house for overnight?
Yeah, I go by the house, and then I go on down to Marysville.
Yeah. Did you do your pre-trip?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was there any issues that you found or anything like that on your pre-trip?
No issue.
Okay. Is that your truck or is that a company vehicle?
Company.
Okay.
Was the air was good the whole time? Like for your brakes and everything?
Yeah, I had no problem, no issues with it.
So you don't remember anything after the 126 at all?
Well, I don't remember anything that stood out. I mean, I don't remember how much further I went.
Yeah.
I don't really remember. I guess you'd say I don't remember after 126.
Right.
Because it's kind of weird. I mean, I don't know where it happened. I don't even know where it happened. So it happened on down.
I'm not sure which mile marker.
118, right for Amazon. Big buildings. 310, just past 310, State Route 310.
Yeah, I know about where it's at.
Yeah.
How much sleep did you get last night?
I mean, I went to bed.
Are you a good sleeper, or I wake up sometimes at night, so.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say I'm a good sleeper because I'm really not. I mean, I sleep. Usually when if I get 4 or 5 hours sleep, I feel good.
Yeah.
And I felt good this morning when I left.
Yeah.
Did you eat breakfast?
No, I didn't eat anything.
Did you eat anything for breakfast?
No.
Do you have anything? Cup of coffee, tea?
Just I had some water.
Some water?
Yeah, some water.
The medicine that you're on, if you take it on an empty stomach, does it make you nauseous or anything?
No, it normally don't bother me at all.
Yeah.
That's what's scary.
Have you ever had periods before where you've traveled up to 8 miles without remembering anything, or?
Not that I can remember, no.
How long have you been driving for?
About 20 years.
Oh, yeah. Have you ever been involved in a wreck before?
Nothing more than minor. I had a truck hit me.
Yeah.
Nothing major.
Did you have, I was going to say, I had a question right on top of my head here. Can't think of it. I'll come back to it. Keep going.
Do you run an electronic logbook?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what, do you have kids or do you have dash cam? Is there any dash cam on your truck?
I don't think there's any dash cam on it.
Do you run alone, or you run alone?
Alone. They don't allow anybody in.
So you didn't have a passenger?
No. Thank God.
Is it a sleeper berth, or is it just day cab?
It's a sleeper berth.
So you don't remember anything pertaining to any kind of collisions or anything? You just...
No. I mean, I'm trying to think. No, I remember the fire.
Yeah.
That was to my right, or coming from over on my right side. I remember seeing that.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I remember.
Yeah.
Would you be willing to provide a voluntary urine sample?
Sure. I ain't got nothing to hide.
Other than the medicine, nothing? Do you want to mute it?
You can mute it, but you can't stop and turn it off. LT just called.
Yeah, I got them now.
Okay. All right then. Okay. I'll get it. Are you able to go to the bathroom right now, or you need to?
I probably am, but they just took a bite. I mean, I probably can.
All right. I'll get with the nurse and we'll get it figured out.
I can't move right now. I mean, we're
You're pretty strapped down there.
Yeah.
You don't remember how fast you were going or anything like that, or if you were distracted by anything?
I'm probably doing about, well, the last I remember, I was doing close to 70. But I don't normally, I mean, I set the cruise usually, but I don't even know. I must have probably had my brakes a few times between time then and there, you'd think. If I had it set on 70, I'd already unset that sucker.
Do you remember the last vehicle that was in front of you?
No, I really can't say that.
No. Do you remember if there were any vehicles that were next to you at any point?
No. Okay. I'm sure there were at times, but that's what got us so freaked out at all.
Okay. Did you take your metformin this morning? You don't think you did? Do you normally take it in the morning?
I take it in the morning.
Take it a pill?
What's the milligram?
Okay. Do you normally not eat breakfast in the morning?
Yeah.
Or you normally do eat breakfast?
I normally don't.
You normally don't?
No.
Okay. I'm not a big breakfast person myself, so it's usually me if it's a cup of coffee. You know,
On a weekend, I may eat it, but that's about it.
What was the name of your medicine again? What was the name of your medicine again?
Metformin.
Metformin?
Yeah.
You're talking about
Yeah. Do you take anything else regularly?
I take semitruck for my blood pressure.
Did you take that this morning?
I take it at night.
You take it at night?
Okay. And I took it last night.
Okay.
What's the name of that?
The semitruck, I think.
What is it?
Lisinopril? Is that right?
Something like that. I don't know if that's the exact pronunciation, but.
How old are you, sir?
60.
60?
Yeah.
So that's for your blood pressure?
Yeah.
You take that at night?
Yeah. There's two of them that's on my blood pressure.
So you take the Lisinopril
And then another one's for my triglycerides. It's called,
if you can figure out company name
with an A. I don't
For your, what is it for?
For
cholesterol. It takes a cholesterol.
Yeah. My triglycerides. And that's not the regular.
The name of his company?
The company that you drive for, what's the name of it?
Midstate.
Midstate? Is it Midstate Systems? Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I'm sure y'all probably say it.
It's familiar. I had one of their trucks on the side of the road not too long ago.
It happens, right?
She said she'd call back if she had more questions.
He said he'll give a voluntary. So if your blood pressure in the past has ever dropped, do you usually like get kind of disoriented and not know what's going on, or?
I've never had that.
Have you ever had your blood sugar drop and you're like, you don't know what's going on?
No, I haven't.
If you normally don't take your, is it metformin? If you normally don't take your metformin, do you have any reactions that you know?
I've never had any reactions. Now, I have checked it before, and sometimes it'd be a little high if they didn't take it. But I've never had any contact.
Okay. How long have you been on the metformin?
Oh, a few years.
A few years. Same thing with the blood pressure medication. You've been taking that for a while?
Yeah.
About what? 1 year, 2 years, 3 years?
Well, with the blood pressure medication that he got me, I've probably been on it for about a year, maybe.
A year, maybe?
That's the least it is.
Okay. Is it the same dosage you've been taking the whole time?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Just loud out there, so.
She's having a bad day.
Yeah.
Do you don't remember feeling any impacts or anything like that? Like anything from the front or the back or side?
Not really.
Have they ran you through some scans here?
Yeah, they ran us through a body scan here.
Have they told you anything, or?
They told me I wasn't going to be able to get this off for about 30, 45 minutes.
Yeah, okay. Is anything hurting on you?
Lower back a little bit, but that's about it. I really weren't hurt for that much.
Yeah.
I mean, I was sore at when I got out of the truck, I felt like.
You say you did have your seatbelt on though, right?
Yeah, I did have.
Does your truck have airbags?
It's a newer truck, so you'd think it would.
Were they deployed, do you remember?
I don't think they were. I don't remember no airbags.
So this is going to be kind of a stupid question, but when you got out of the truck was stopped, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, definitely it was stopped.
Did you turn it off?
I did.
Do you remember turning it off?
I remember reaching down because I was like, let me turn this thing off. I don't even know if it was on, but I physically turned the key off.
Okay. Is it a manual or automatic?
Automatic.
Did you put it in park?
It should have automatically went to park when I turned it off, but no, it didn't.
Okay.
I mean, not. Okay. That trucks are kind of weird.
Right. Especially with all the electronics.
A standard truck.
Right.
Up until about a year ago when I got that one, that was the first automatic I ever drove. But,
And not knowing, is the gear selector like a standard knob, like a vehicle knob?
no, it's in neutral normally.
Okay.
And to get it to go in the drive or reverse, you gotta push the brake and push the knob down or up or down.
Okay. So it's like a tractor more so with the.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So you remember seeing the red SUV when you got out of the...
I do remember seeing the red SUV beside me.
Do you remember seeing any other semis or bus, like a charter bus or anything like that?
I remember seeing it was in front of me.
The charter bus was in front of you? Do you remember, do you remember seeing, so you saw the red SUV, you saw a charter bus, do you remember seeing a vehicle between your truck and the charter bus at all, or?
Just the side.
Just that red one? So you don't remember anything between your truck and the charter bus, right? Okay. Your truck. And they were all on fire?
The truck was on fire.
Your truck was on fire and the charter bus? Or?
I don't remember. The charter bus was on fire later, I think. I don't know if it was on fire then or not. I'm not sure. I do remember seeing it after I'd gotten out and was standing there at the rear end of the charter bus on fire.
Were your fuel tanks, were they full, empty, half?
Probably a little under half.
A little under half?
Yeah, because I hadn't been to the yard. I always fuel at the yard on the way back.
Yeah.
So they were probably a little under half.
So you run diesel, not compressed natural gas?
Yes, it's
diesel. Did you run single side saddle or did you saddles on your truck or just one? Both sides?
Did Did anybody say anything to you, or did you hear anybody talk anything about the crash as soon as you got out?
No.
Okay.
Nobody even come over to me until I got away from the truck. And I seen this guy in there, and he was telling me, get me up. And I went over to him, and I said, well, I have to get up, but I'll try. And I was like trying to, I said, he hurt.
Hi guys. What's up? I was checking on your pain or anything, so.
I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
He said, ask him, could you use the bathroom, because I think I can now.
Okay.
But, what was I saying?
Anybody say anything to you? You said there was another guy that was trying to get you.
Yeah, I went to the guy, and I said, I'll try to get you out, and I couldn't. And I went out and I started hollering, there's a guy in that car, and I knew I was getting hot in the truck. I said, there's a guy in this car, and some people come over then, and they said, you need to get over there, and they got him out.
Okay.
The guy in the red SUV?
Yeah.
Do you know how many vehicles were involved total?
The red SUV, was it next to your truck?
It was inside of my truck.
Underneath your truck? Was it just sitting there beside
It was
your truck?
sitting there beside my truck.
Had it been hit?
It's been hit.
Driver's side of your truck?
I'm not sure whether it was.
Of your truck?
Oh, my truck?
Yeah.
So it was to the side, it wasn't to the.
It was to the side of my.
To the, okay.
And it was kind of, when you got out of your door, it was a little bit behind the door frame, so
Yeah.
like by your duals?
Right, yeah. Exactly, on my duals, you're about right.
Do you remember how damaged it was? Do you remember what kind of damage it had?
No.
Like you couldn't open the door?
I opened it, his passenger door.
Okay, you got the passenger door.
I went around the truck and got in his passenger side.
Okay.
And was trying to get him out.
But there was damage to his driver's door?
I don't even know. I honestly didn't see the driver's door. When I come out, I come around because it was a little behind me. I come around the passenger door. I think it wasn't damaged. I opened it up. And he was it was kind of weird because I asked him, was he the driver? Because he was in the passenger side of the car. Partially.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's kind of over the center console?
Yeah, he was his seat was on this side of the center console.
Okay. On the passenger?
On the passenger side. And that's what kind of weird. And I asked him, are you okay? Are you going back? Because I wanted to know before I moved him, can I back in?
Right.
And he said, I think I'm all right. I just need to get up. And so I tried to help him up. And that's when he was the older guy.
Okay.
And that's when I hollered for help.
And he was the only one in the car?
Huh?
And he was
the only one in the car, and he said that I was standing beside him, or sitting beside him. Once he got over to the side and they asked him again, he said, yes, he was the only one in the car.
Would you have noticed if there was driver's side damage on that vehicle?
Not the way I come around, I don't think so.
Okay.
Because when I come out of the truck, I went away from the truck and came around to the passenger side. Well, yeah, passenger side.
So was that car facing the same direction as your truck?
It's kind of weird because I was trying to think that when you said that. And I'm really, he was facing the opposite way as my truck, I think.
Okay.
Okay, so he was...
Because I came in, yeah, that way, I'm not sure. I mean, I'll be honest, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would think that if I had done that, it would have been his driver's side. That I was actually looking at the side that he should have been on.
Right.
So I might have been confused about that.
Yeah.
So I'm really not sure about that.
Okay.
I'm trying to think, there's another one that I thought of. And escaped me already. Question. Was his vehicle on like the zipper? Or do you know like where it was in relation to the lane? Is it one
It was like in the middle, it was like in the middle of the road.
Okay.
You know, like on the, he was in the left lane.
In the fast lane?
Sure, in the fast lane.
Yeah.
But I don't remember which way it swung, because I went around and I was thinking tractor, so.
Okay. Is that a 2-lane section, or is it the split 2-lane, or? So how many lanes were on your side of the road? 2, and then there's the shoulders?
Right.
Do you remember where your truck was in relation to that lane? And
my truck was to the right.
Was it on the shoulder, or was it all the way in just that right lane?
At that point, I'm not really sure.
Okay.
You don't remember hitting your brakes or anything, or?
I don't remember anything.
You said traffic was pretty empty, pretty desolate out there. It wasn't heavy traffic?
Yeah, when the last I remember, it wasn't really, really heavy.
Yeah.
Yeah, the last I remember.
Is it typically heavier than that normally on?
Yeah, I thought so, because I was like, I think a lot of people out here today. Because I remember earlier, thinking that ain't a lot of people out here today. But see, usually it gets worse as you get past that exit also. He had to be turned, the SUV
Yeah.
had to be turned
Facing the opposite way?
facing the opposite direction, because now that I think about it, he was kind of in the back seat, like,
Yeah.
and so it had to be turned.
So he was almost all the way in the back?
Exactly, yeah.
Did you ask him his name or anything like that? Do you remember?
I did.
You said he was an older guy. Was he tall, short?
I'm shorter than I am.
Shorter than you? How tall are you?
I'm 5'11".
Oh, okay.
He's probably maybe 5'9".
Okay.
5'8".
Skinny little guy, or was he thick, or?
He was middle, probably.
Okay.
If you get them to give me yours, so I can take yours. I'm ready to go.
You're muting my body camera, admin.
His labs were sent off,
Yes, sir.
and they were negative for any drugs.
Yes, sir.
Okay. He doesn't remember hitting his brakes.
No, sir.
Doesn't remember anything past 126.
No, sir.
Doesn't remember the red 2006 Toyota Highlander.
No, sir.
Nothing. Did you see any? You conducted a view of him, determine whether he was under the influence of any drugs. Did you see any reaction that would be indicative of that he was either under the influence or abusing any kind of substance?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you see any signs or any indications that he was impaired for purposes of driving or anything else?
No, sir.
If you had stopped him on the highway and you were going to make a determination as to whether to have him conduct field sobriety testing in the condition that you observed him there, would you do so?
I would not.
I believe you asked him a two-part question about whether or not he was impaired at some point.
I don't understand, I don't remember
specifically that.
With apologies, I want to pull that up. You also got a handwritten statement from him?
Yes, I questioned and I wrote because he had the pulse and ox on his finger, so.
Okay. I want you to look at the book in front of you. State's Exhibit number 12, please. Is this the statement that you had, that you were filling out in your notebook?
Yes, sir.
At the time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you give that statement for signature to the defendant, in this case, Mr. McDonald?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, is this truly and accurately depict the conversation or portions of the conversations for the written part that you had with the defendant in this particular case?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Afternoon, Trooper Ropeland. Afternoon, sir.
How you doing, sir?
So in that body cam footage, clearly, Mr. McDonald, you were aware that he was part of the accident prior to going to the hospital, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you expected to see him in some type of a debilitated state, more or less?
I didn't know what to expect.
Okay.
I didn't know any injuries that he had, or I was just told to go make contact with him.
Had you seen the accident prior to going out there?
Negative.
Okay. So at the time, he tells you he can't really remember anything past 126, right?
Right.
Okay. And his memory kind of comes to when he's in the truck and there's fire. That's what he told you?
That's what he said, yes.
Okay. And he's trying to help you piece together the after effects, right, with regards to the Toyota Highlander and where the damage was?
The red vehicle he's
Yeah.
talking about.
Correct.
When he gets out. Yes, sir.
Yeah. But he doesn't remember much. Would you agree with that?
Leading up to the crash.
Well, I mean, you can't recall which side the damage was on the Highlander?
On that, so there's portions of it, you can't remember if that's.
Yeah.
Yes.
He doesn't remember whether or not his truck has a dash cam?
He didn't remember that.
No. And initially he said he was going eastbound, then corrects himself and says westbound, right?
Correct.
And then he doesn't remember whether or not he took his medicine that morning?
Correct.
And he believes that he was pulling 16,000 pounds.
Objection as to what he believes.
Response?
He told you that he was pulling 16,000
Okay,
pounds.
good.
That's what he stated.
Okay. And you performed a test to see whether or not he had drugs in the system, right? Illegal drugs.
Correct. It was a urine sample.
Right. And that came out negative, right?
Correct.
As well as alcohol.
Correct.
And when you asked him to take that test, he stated to you, I ain't got nothing to hide.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Redirect.
Thank you. You were asked about portions he can remember or wants to tell you is probably the better way of saying that. Is that accurate?
Correct.
You don't know what he is trying to tell you. I mean, have you ever had people lie to you on the road?
All the time.
Why? Why do they lie to you on the roadway, sir?
Because they don't want to give you the full truth and hide stuff.
Okay. The gentleman doesn't know whether he hit the brakes. That's what he told you, right?
Correct.
He doesn't remember anything past the yard on 126. That's what he told you, right?
Correct.
he doesn't remember whether or not he hit the red truck, the SUV in front of him, right?
Correct.
He doesn't even mention anything about the silver Murano.
Correct.
He doesn't know or want to tell you anything. It's one or the other. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
And just so we understand, you're not familiar with what Dr. Lee testified in this particular case, nothing medically that would prevent him from knowing these things, are you?
No.
Okay. Did you see anything from his eyes or anything that showed that he had any kind of medical condition that you would be able to tell versus substance use or abuse or anything of that nature?
Nothing out of the norm.
So he told you what he decided to tell you and nothing else?
Yes, what he told me is what he told me.
Thank you.
Recross. Have you worked accidents before?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have considerable experience working accidents?
Yes.
Have you dealt with a lot of individuals who've been injured in accidents?
Yes.
Have you seen horrific accidents?
Yes.
Have you talked to individuals who can't remember what happened during the accident?
Portions of them, yes.
Okay. And you're an authority figure, you would agree with that, correct?
Correct.
And oftentimes individuals want to please you because you're authority, you would agree with that?
Correct.
Yeah. And when you're discussing Mr. McDonald's memory after he wakes up and sees the fire, would you agree that he's trying to recall things for you?
He's trying to paint the picture, yes.
Yes. Because you spent, I don't know how many minutes, but you spent a fair bit of time on the red Toyota Highlander trying to determine which side he had gone around and which doors were open. Do you recall that?
The other troopers there, and I remember them talking about that.
Yes, while you were standing there, that part was being discussed, and he's trying to recall that. You would agree with me on that, would you?
Yes.
So this is an individual trying to assist you in your investigation, correct?
Objection. He has no idea whether he's trying to assist him.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Yes.
Okay. And again, he said, I ain't got nothing to hide, didn't he?
He did.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Trooper. You may step down. Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Trooper Matheny.
You saw the sworn testimony, which in this case not being heard, is true, told truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. I agree. Have a seat. Can you state your full name, spell your last name, please, for the records?
Anthony Matheny, Matheny.
Big truth.
You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, where are you employed?
With the Ohio State Highway Patrol.
In what capacity?
I'm currently assigned to the Licensing and Commercial Standards Division out of District 6, which is the Columbus District.
How long have you been Ohio State Highway Patrol Trooper?
For about 10 years.
Okay. And were you so employed on November 14, 2023?
I was.
And sir, were you dispatched to an area on I-70 in the westbound lane around milepost 118?
I was.
And for what purpose were you so dispatched?
I was dispatched because there was a commercial involved crash that involved a bus and semi-swimming at that time.
Okay. And sir, at the time, were you wearing a body-worn camera like you have on here today?
I was.
And was that body-worn camera active at the time?
It was.
Okay. And sir, what were you doing out at the scene in that location? What were you requested to do?
The first thing that I did out there after assessing the scene was I took photographs of the vehicles.
Okay. And you did that with the camera?
Correct.
And did you have the body-worn camera on at the time that you were walking around with the camera?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit. Apologize, Your Honor. State's Exhibit number 21. This purports to be your body-worn camera. Does that appear accurate?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And sir, it looks like you have a pole and a camera with you at that time.
I believe the pole and the camera would have been the crash reconstruction unit there.
Okay. And who's on the crash reconstruction unit?
It would have been Sergeant Jasper.
Okay. Is Mr. Jasper in the courtroom here?
Yes.
Okay, so he was out at the scene?
I believe he was, yes.
Okay. And does this video truly and accurately depict your activity documenting the vehicles here involved?
It does.
The commercial 31 to 1791 was originally on 57 like here. Increase 3277 is on incident. Service 30 at the 118. Okay, all right. If you can attach the other LCF unit to that incident.
1367. Like, so go ahead and create me a separate for the truck. I think 3277 is going to do the bus.
Okay. It's 2017 trailer on a Hebron, Maplewood leasing. It expires 8/31/2024. Dog out.
No, sir. Nothing. Will do.
That's the bus driver station right there, sir?
That is.
Okay, it's missing.
Yes.
Is that from damaged impact?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to see the bus driver?
I did not.
Okay. In terms of the third vehicle so far, the silver Nissan Murano, were you able to take photographs at the scene of that vehicle?
I was not.
Why is that, sir?
Due to its extensive crash damage and where it was in relation to the semi and the bus.
Where was it in relationship to the semi and the bus?
It was kind of up against the back of the bus and underneath the tractor of the semi truck.
So you documented that on top of this Nissan Murano?
Correct.
Sorry, man.
No, you're good, buddy. You just tell me to move. I'm not gonna be a
Chief just called us because of the fire fatality. I wasn't planning on
Did you already set her up going down?
Aisle way.
Copy that.
And then I'm gonna go about halfway and do another aisle shot. Because we pretty well, front of the bus, pretty clear.
Okay, line check the asphalt 3.
Right. Halfway aisle.
Alright.
The truck driver in the hazmat, where is he?
Transported to Grant?
Like threatening?
No. No. Mobile, walking around. I don't know how. But that's everything I've been told because I've like triple checked that because I was like, no way, that guy's fine.
Correct.
But
I haven't seen him.
He's claiming non-injury?
yeah, he was walking. He was sitting in the median. He was sitting in the median.
I haven't seen him, but guys on shit. Claim non-injury.
Well, I thought fucking fatality for sure. Sorry.
When we were driving there, I saw the smoke. I'm like, there's no way.
Well, I was like, well, that's when I got out here. I was like, that's one.
Yeah, that's why it was when they kept saying it.
Anything else?
No, so far we're good. Did you get all the
home addresses and all?
Yeah, please, just be on the safe side. Thanks, Doug.
I'm gonna sneak back here with you. I gotta get a couple.
Yeah,
I'm snag a couple back here.
Yell me when you jump out of the woods.
Nah, you guys are good. Your guys' pictures are probably more important than mine.
Did you get any more photos yet? Other than Gordon?
Hey, can you grab me a camera? Just anybody's, my camera's dying.
You want us to leave one cover for you, sir?
No, I don't.
You don't need that?
No, if they do, then we'll get it later. But I'm not gonna do body photos on this card. No, you're good, buddy.
I'm gonna go get the semi and then I'm done.
I gotta take a couple real quick. How is that a public safety alert?
1791 right on the Peterson subject. Pilot 77 LAM. Yeah.
Yeah, when he gets down there, it might be a couple spots. If you need
I'm out.
Some of these photos, sir, that you took were used by Trevor Jasper, Sergeant, for the purposes of his reconstruction report.
I believe he may have, yes.
Okay. And in terms of your other duties involving the use of a cell phone, to the best of your knowledge, was any cell phone recovered in the wreckage of the defendant's vehicle here, the Freightliner?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, and to the best of your knowledge, did anyone volunteer that the defendant had a cell phone in this particular case?
Not to my knowledge either.
Okay. And sir, in terms of, commercial standards, you indicated that that's part of your job description, that's some of the things that you do?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And does that include traffic enforcement?
It includes traffic enforcement on the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration side as well as the Ohio Revised Code side.
Okay, so both sides.
Correct.
And just so that I understand, in terms of speeds, for a semi, are they limited different than automobiles in the state of Ohio?
They're not.
Okay, so if the speed limit posted in this area was what, sir?
70.
Would that be the posted speed limit for a semi as well?
It would.
Okay, is there any special exemption that allows a semi to go faster than that speed?
There's not.
Is a semi driver exempt from any of the reckless standards, or the following too close standards, or any of the lane violations that other drivers that have a Class D license?
Yes, sir.
So they have to follow the same rules?
Correct.
They can be cited for both?
Correct.
Okay. In terms of the utilization of a cell phone, are they subject to Ohio statute for cell phones as well as other federal regulations?
They are.
Okay. So that would prohibit the use of electromagnetic communication device such as a cell phone while they're operating a motor vehicle?
Correct.
Okay, and that would apply to an automobile
Correct.
driver at Class D or Class A?
Are you referring to the ORC side?
Yes.
Yes, that would apply to both equally.
Okay. And the exemptions under Division B, they apply to people operating semis, at least under the state side, as well as for people who are driving regular cars.
That's correct.
I believe that in this district, the burden falls on the individual to prove that exemption doesn't apply. Is that your understanding?
That is.
Okay. But again, no one mentioned anyone using a cell phone, at least initially, in the preliminary investigation, either at the hospital or at the scene.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
I have no questions, Ron. Thank you.
Thank you, Trooper. You may sit down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good time for a break, Mr. Murphy?
Yes, Your Honor.
Why don't we take an afternoon recess, 15 or 20 minutes, and we'll resume.
Hey, just wanted to give you. Sorry.
Just be sad.
Yeah.
Your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Sandra Erlenbach.
Mr. Earl, face me. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear testimony that you have to give in this case now be yours, the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Have a seat.
Thank you.
State your full name, spell your last name, please, for the record.
Sandra Erlenbach, Erlenbach.
Thank you.
You may inquire.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name's Cliff Murphy. I don't think we've ever talked.
No,
Okay. My understanding is that you actually work for the trucking company, Midstate?
yes,
In what capacity?
safety director,
And how long have you been safety director?
40 years.
Okay. And what does a safety director do?
We hire drivers, we interview them, and we look over all their DOT files, make sure they're correct, their ELD files, assign them tractors, and just make sure that they're safe.
Okay. Do you also have a say in the selection of equipment that is going to be used by the drivers?
No, I do not.
Okay, so you don't participate in any of the selection of what model tractors are purchased?
No, I do not.
Okay. Tell us about Midstate's ELD systems.
It's a J.J. Keller system, and it's Bluetooth hooked into the truck, and then once the truck takes off, the ELD kicks in, and it is hooked to the engine, and it just shows the activities of the driver.
Okay, how does it transmit back to your company?
It goes back to, the drivers submit the logs, it goes into the J.J. Keller system, then the system comes into us, so we get it through our J.J. Keller ELD system.
Okay, but is it satellite directed that way, or is it?
Bluetooth.
Well, Bluetooth is just one way of, like my phone communicating with the television.
Once the drivers submit the logs, then it comes into our computer system through our ELD.
Does the driver have any control over that?
No.
Does the driver have the ability to manipulate that system?
No.
Does the driver have the ability to utilize any personal cell phone Wi-Fi network to facilitate the transfer of this information?
No.
Okay. And how often is this ELD system calibrated, if at all, by Midstate?
I don't think it's, I can't answer that question.
Okay. You guys have absolutely nothing to do with it?
The calibration
Yes.
of the system
Yeah.
with the ELD.
What about accuracy? How do you test it for accuracy?
I can't answer that question. It's hooked to the engine, and so when the truck engine's turning,
Okay.
the ELD operates. So whenever that truck moves, it goes into the ELD.
But it also records speed, doesn't it?
Yes,
Okay. And the speed would be important to Midstate, wouldn't it?
correct.
Why would the speed be important to Midstate?
We don't want our drivers to speed or go over the speed limit.
And why is that?
It's against the law, and all of our drivers are required to follow all federal, state, and local laws.
Okay. And if you don't follow the laws, then obviously as a driver, you could be terminated.
Possibly, yes.
And if you have your records looked at through, the federal, people or the state people, I mean, you could be fined as well, couldn't you?
Yes,
Okay, so, in fact, they would do a review of the records to make sure that there is compliance by Midstate with, these requirements. Would that be correct?
that is correct.
Okay. In this particular case, are you familiar with an individual by the name of Jacob McDonald?
Yes, he works for us.
And
For us.
is Mr. McDonald seated in the courtroom?
Yes, he's right there.
Okay. And did he work for you on Tuesday, November 14th, 2023? When I say you, I mean Midstate.
Yes, he did.
Okay. Is he still so employed?
No, he is not.
Okay. In terms of the 2019 Freightliner 315, are you familiar with that truck that he was operating that day?
I know that was his truck, yes.
Okay. At some point in time, did you have the opportunity to meet with any folks with the State Highway Patrol about showing them a similar vehicle to that?
Yes, we did.
Okay. I want to show you what's been marked. I believe it's State's Exhibit 2A, B, C, and D. I'm going to show you on the monitor in front of you. This is State's Exhibit 2A. Is this this appears to be a view of the driver's seat for this type of vehicle. Does that appear accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Would that accurately reflect or depict the type of seat and configuration of cab that Mr. McDonald had on November 14, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2B. This appears to be a better picture, a complete picture of the steering wheel. It also looks like it has, and I apologize to bring it up with me. And I would ask you to look at the big screen. This is what I'm looking at, this device here.
The ELD.
Right, okay. And that is the system that would be used to track, you know, the speed and distances and other information?
That's the tablet, yes.
Okay.
The information goes to.
Can you play video games on that?
No.
Okay. In terms of, you know, placements for cell phones, is there a placement for a cell phone, personal or otherwise, in this cab?
No.
Okay, so there's no place that in this cab that Midstate provides to mount a cell phone?
No.
Okay. The reason I ask you this question is it looks like the ELD is mounted by and to the front windshield by, I'm going to say, a suction type device?
Yes.
Okay, there's no such thing for a personal cell phone?
No.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit number 2C. This should show the center console. It looks like there's a radio that's in there and another seat, but it doesn't appear to be much else besides that. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
And again, does State's Exhibit 2C truly and accurately reflect a similar cab that the defendant would have had when he was operating this vehicle on November 14, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. And finally, I'm going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit number 2D. And again, that's a straight-on shot of the ELD, and it looks like there's something, a square right over the midsection buttons that's screwed shut. There's nothing that goes there?
No.
Okay. And again, there's no other spots for a cell phone or anything else?
No.
Okay. I also want to talk to you about State's Exhibit number 6. And if you could look at the book in front of you.
This book?
Yes. And I'm going to try to see if I can put that up on the board or the TV set for you too. Are you familiar with State's Exhibit number 6?
Yes.
Is this the first page or one of the pages of the ELD readout that was submitted to the National Transit Safety Board and to the OSP? in the investigation into this matter?
Yes, yes,
And does this exhibit truly and accurately reflect what Mr. McDonald's ELD readout and data would be on November 14th, 2038, last time of which would be 8:48 a.m.?
yes.
Okay? And what kind of information are we looking at this besides, we have a time and we have a street that says I-70?
Interstate 70?
Yes.
Yes,
Is that what that is?
yes,
Okay, and then it has the driver's name, that would be the defendant.
correct.
The city and state and zip, is that his or is that the?
That's where the
That's where-
ELD is at the time.
Okay, so that's where the actual truck is at that
Correct.
point, okay? The speed is at 0 at that point?
Yes,
The tachometer is at 566?
yes,
That would indicate that even though the speed was at 0, the engine would still be running?
yes,
Okay. And unit 315, would that be the defendant's unit?
that's correct.
Okay. And the item below that is the same date, but instead of 8:48 a.m., it appears to be 8:46 a.m. Is that accurate?
Yes,
And again, on I-70,
yes,
the defendant as the driver,
yes,
the odometer showing 52,900, 529,000, apologize, 906.3, and that would be in miles driven?
that's the odometer that's on, yes,
Or
on the
miles,
truck,
not
on the
kilometers.
truck.
Okay. So that would be a little bit less than 2 miles away from where the speed goes to 0. Would that be accurate?
Yes,
Okay. And the speed that's registering at that point in time is 74.7 miles per hour,
yes,
okay? And would that be an accurate speed from your familiarity with these systems for this truck at that point in time?
yes,
Okay. So, Mr. McDonald, on November 14th, 2023, at 8:46 a.m., while on I-70, appearing to be less than 2 miles away from the collision site on this particular case, was going 74.7 miles per hour. Would that be correct?
yes. That's what this shows, yes,
Well, that's accurate, isn't it?
yes,
In fact, it would be a problem if it wasn't accurate, wouldn't it? Be a problem with the feds, it'd be a problem with the state folks too, wouldn't it? The speed limit out there, this isn't too far away from where Midstate is located, off of exit 126.
yes,
So this is about 8 miles away from there, give or take. The speed limit out there is 70 miles an hour. Is that correct?
yes,
Okay. So, Mr. McDonald would have been speeding at this particular time. Would that be accurate?
that's correct.
Okay. Now, in terms of earlier, and I have another section highlighted, this is at 8:25. Again, on November 14th, 2023, same driver. It looks like the truck was going 75.2 miles per hour. Would that be accurate?
Yes,
Okay. Again, that would be speeding on I-70.
yes,
Okay. And obviously that's against the policies that are within the company. Would that be accurate?
yes,
Okay. The actual vehicle itself that the defendant was operating, did this vehicle have a speed governor on it?
yes.
Okay, what is a speed governor?
I can't answer that question.
Okay, you don't,
I couldn't answer it correctly. I think I know the answer to the question, but I'm just not sure.
well, give it a shot.
72.
Okay, you
I think it's governed at 72.
You think it's governed
Yes.
at 72?
Yes.
Okay. And so what does that mean to you?
It's supposed to be, I can't answer the question. I'm not sure.
Okay. What about cruise control?
Yes.
What is the cruise control limit that a driver can send a vehicle for?
I would think 72. I'm not sure.
You're not
No,
sure?
No.
Would it surprise you that Mr. McDonald told the troopers it was 70?
I'm not.
You just don't
no,
know?
I don't know.
Okay, that's fair. I don't want to beat you up on something you don't know. But as far as you're concerned, this information would be accurate.
Yes.
In terms of the policies that Midstate has, I want you to, if you could look at Exhibit 13 in there.
Exhibit 13, yes.
Okay, are you familiar with State's Exhibit 13?
Yes.
The first one we're looking at is 13A, which is the driver's manual.
Okay.
To the best of your knowledge, you can take a moment and look at that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
To the best of your knowledge, would this have been the manual that would have been in effect on November 14, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of information would you, what information is in 13A that I would need to know as a driver?
It shows all the rules and regulations for Midstate Systems.
Okay. Such as? Am I allowed to have a radar detector? Okay, that's covered in there, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Am I allowed to speed?
You need to follow all federal, state, and local law.
Okay. So I'm looking now at page 14 of 13A. Warning letter and personnel file.
Page what?
Page 14, Your Honor.
14.
So there's
Yes.
speeding violations, driver alert, DOT, roadside inspections, accidents that are preventable, late deliveries. That's in there?
Yes.
There's also an after-hours telephone numbers.
Yes.
Okay. And looking at 13B. Talks about the use of
$13B.
Yes, State's Exhibit 13B. It's on page 13.
Okay, yes. Or no, this is 13H. Can't find my 13B.
This is what I'm looking at. It's right
I'm
after.
sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
This one?
This is what I'm looking at.
Oh, it says H, right? Or is that a B?
That's a different one. That's a B.
Okay.
That's what happens when you
Yes.
have a poor education. Yes. So I apologize.
Yes, I see this.
Okay. Midstate has a policy regarding personal cell phones.
Yes.
What's your understanding of that policy?
They're not allowed to use any handheld devices. It all has to be hands-free.
Okay. But you can use a hands-free
Yes.
headset.
Yes, yes,
And that's in compliance with federal law?
yes.
Okay. And there's, now I'm looking to the next page, 13C. And then employee acknowledgement. Is that your signature under management signature?
Yes,
And to the best of your knowledge, is that Mr. McDonald's signature?
yes, it is, James.
Okay, it appears that it was signed on June 2nd of 2020.
That's correct.
And then there's a receipt for the educational booklet for drivers.
Yes,
Okay. And it looks like disclosures regarding background investigations. Okay, so these are all the official documents that if you want to be a driver at Midstate, you have to review and you have to agree to and you have to sign.
yes.
Is there a policy that deals with circumstances when Midstate calls the driver, as whether the driver can take the call?
No, the driver shouldn't take the call.
Okay. What is the driver required to do?
Just wait until he's at a stop or pulled over and then he can call us back.
Okay. So as far as you know, there's no exceptions. You're not supposed to be using a personal cell phone, at the time that you're operating a vehicle, other than with a headset.
Correct.
Okay. And just so I'm following along, Midstate doesn't give their employees cell phones or anything like that?
No, we do not.
Does Midstate supply Wi-Fi services for the personal use of the driver while they're operating or in the vehicle owned by Midstate?
No.
Okay. And nothing in the ELD, to the best of your knowledge, runs off of a personal cell phone that the driver would have?
No.
Okay. And again, State's Exhibit 13, you would agree that also truly and accurately depicts the policies referencing drivers for Midstate. That'd be 13A, B, and...
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. Again, going back one final time to 13, we have 13A, B, C, and D, 4 exhibits. To the best of your knowledge, those 4 accurately depict the policies, and truly and accurately depict the policies that a driver would have and the obligations that they would have working for Midstate.
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to State's Exhibit number 19. And I apologize, State's Exhibit 19 may be something I have to ask the president of the company, but I wanted to ask him first. It's all the way at the end. Nothing's easy, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Oh, here we go. Yes, you will have to ask Mike.
Okay, this would be the build
Yes.
sheet for the Freightliner that the defendant was operating on that particular day. You would not be able to speak as to this. is
No,
what-
I would not.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, sorry.
Well, State's Exhibit 6 is still there, so I'll just talk to you a little bit. You were just testifying to State's Exhibit 6 earlier, and that's the ELD data, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we were looking at the ELD data, that's at 8:46 a.m., correct?
Yes.
That's 74.7 miles an hour, correct?
Yes.
And the last entry is at 8:48 or 2 minutes later and almost 2 miles later, correct?
Correct.
That's 0.
Correct.
If we look at the entry before that, 71.5 miles an hour, that's also 2 minutes before, correct?
Yes.
And if we look at the odometer, it's about 2.5 miles before.
Yes.
Very similar,
Correct.
You would agree with that?
Yes.
If we look at the other highlighted portion, the 75 miles an hour, this is at 8:25 a.m.
Yes.
The next entry, which is 5 minutes later, which is nearly 10 miles an hour below,
That is
that's
correct.
speed, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, how long have you worked at Midstate Systems?
40 years.
40 years?
Yes.
Is it fair to say you know a little bit about semi-trucks?
Yes.
Okay. Can I ask you, when a semi-truck's loaded, and in this particular case, are you aware how much weight was on that truck?
About 23,000.
23,000 pounds?
Yes.
Okay. And a semi-truck itself, this 53-foot trailer and tractor is about 20,000 pounds, is that accurate?
That is correct.
Okay. So we're looking at, I'm not a math, we're looking at 46,000 pounds?
Correct.
Okay. So a semi-truck that's 46,000 pounds that's on cruise control, if it starts going down a hill, does it pick up speed a little bit?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And then that same semi-truck, if it starts going up a hill, does it bog
Would
down the
lose
speed?
Lose speed.
You would lose speed?
Yes.
Would you expect it to lose more speed going up a hill?
Yes.
Okay. You said the speed limit on I-70 is, well, as far as you know, 70 miles an hour?
That is correct.
Okay. And you didn't really want to speak to it, but you said as far as you could guess, the governor was at 72, is that accurate?
I think so.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Okay. And this truck has cruise control?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So this data that we're looking at right here, this is from the J.J. Keller platform,
That is correct.
Okay. And the J.J. Keller platform is more or less software back at your headquarters that captures the data from the vehicles.
That is correct.
So you have, how many trucks are in the fleet?
Right now, we have 23.
23 trucks. So each one of these trucks transmits the data back to Midstate Systems?
Yes.
Okay. And then you can go into that software and pull various reports, is that accurate?
That is correct.
Okay. And that's the one that you pulled here for, was it for Sergeant Jasper or?
NTSB?
The NCSB, okay. And can that pull other reports?
Yes.
Did you provide another port to the NTSB?
Yes, we did.
Okay. I have what's marked as Defense Exhibit B. This is your 6-day report you provided in the discovery. I have here a report. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes, the NTSB wanted latitude and longitude.
Longitude, is that something you normally do?
No.
Okay. But that's something that you were able to do through the J.J. Keller system?
Yes.
Or platform, I guess
Yes.
it's called? Okay, so, and in this report, it looks like a multiple days. Is that accurate? We go from 11/13, which would be the day before the accident,
Yes, it is.
all the way to
multiple days.
11/10, to 11/9, to 11/8?
Yes.
Okay. And so they wanted a multiple day report from you?
Yes, they did.
Okay. So you mentioned earlier that when the truck moves, it starts transmitting data.
Correct.
Okay. And does that happen when the truck fires up or when the truck moves?
When the truck fires up.
Okay. So once that engine is started, then the ELD device comes to life.
That is true.
Okay. And the ELD device should be transmitting data continuously. Is that right? We're looking at 2-minute increments here on the...
Yes.
Okay. All right. So what, in your estimation, what's the lowest speed that ELD data picks up?
We thought it was under 5.
Okay. Can you look, I have it highlighted for you here. On 11/13, 14:48, I believe that's con time, or it might be military time. He was in Man's Choice City,
Pennsylvania, yes.
Pennsylvania. So, and that was the day before, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And it picked up a speed as low as 2.5 miles an hour?
yes,
Okay. Later, or actually earlier that day, he's still in Pennsylvania, correct?
yes,
And it picked up a speed of 3.3 miles an hour?
yes.
Okay. How about the day before that? He was in Hebron, Ohio,
Correct,
and that's still Unit 315, correct? That's
Yes.
his truck?
yes,
And it picked up a speed as low as 0.8 miles an hour?
yes.
As far as your cell phone policy goes, you state that you'll reimburse them, I believe, up to $20 a month. Is that accurate?
We used to, $20 per month, yes.
Okay. That's for what, their data or their cell phone bill?
Years ago, the cell phones cost more, and so we did reimburse the drivers $20 a month towards their cell phone bill.
So they're not forbidden to have a cell phone inside the semi-truck?
No,
Thank you, no further questions.
thank you.
Redirect.
Hey, Chris. Can I exhibit back?
I take it?
Yeah. That's okay. Okay, going back to State's Exhibit number 6. Do you see that?
Yes,
Okay. And this is looking at 846 I-70, speed registered at 74.7 miles per hour.
yes, that's correct.
Odometer, last 4 digits is 906.3.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to go and show you Defendant's Exhibit B, and just to show you there, that's what I'm looking at here. And I'm going to ask you to show me where 906.3 is on this sheet for odometer.
It's not on here.
That's weird, isn't it? Well, let me ask you this question.
Was the time at different intervals on each of those?
Well, I'm asking you because I'm looking at 832.
Correct.
And where it says 71.6, and the mileage of the last 4 digits was 889.8. You see that?
Yeah, I'm wondering if when we were running the intervals, you could run it at 5-minute intervals or
Right.
2-minute intervals.
That's
or-
exactly where I'm headed. But
Yeah.
let me ask you this question, other than looking at my hand and looking at the damage the sun has done. But 906.3 is a number higher than 889.8, would you agree?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so the 908.1 is the zero speed, the top line, and it's the same zero speed on the top line in State's Exhibit number 6. Would that be correct?
Correct.
Okay.
But the times are different.
So the more accurate one, based on the shorter interval, near in time to the collision that we're here to talk about, is not the 889.3, it would be the 906.3. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Okay. That would show a speed of 74.7 miles per hour that Mr. McDonald was doing. Would you agree with me on that too?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Recross.
The ELD device you just testified on redirect that it does in 2-minute increments, correct?
It can,
It can. And these seem to be about 2 to 5 minute increments.
yes, that's the report that we were asked to run, yes.
You see right here, it says 1117 Lee Street.
Yes.
That's the initial engagement of the vehicle, correct?
Correct,
We're setting at about 560 RPMs.
yes,
Our RPMs go up to 897 RPMs, correct?
yes,
And that's roughly 5 minutes after the initial engagement of the engine.
that he turned the ELD on, yes,
The address changes, correct? From 1117 Lee
Yes.
Street to 1111 Street.
yes,
The vehicle's moving, isn't it?
yes.
How many miles an hour is he going?
If he was under maybe 5 miles an hour, it wouldn't register.
We just looked at the 5-day data. We
I
picked
know,
up 0.8
sometimes it
miles an hour.
doesn't, I don't know why. I
Okay.
can't answer that question.
He's continuing to travel down Lee Street, you would agree with me, right? At 8 o'clock, we
Yes.
have another data point,
Yes,
another data point at 8:10,
yes,
another data point at 8:15.
yes,
All of those show 0, correct?
right,
The first data point we get is on the on-ramp at 38.6 miles an hour. Is that accurate?
yes,
We know he drove from
Right.
park position to that ramp.
yes, yes.
No further questions.
I have a couple of questions about State's Exhibit 6. This is the ELD report we talked about.
Yes,
Last entry, data point 8:48 a.m. 0 speed. So, the data points prior to that, the one most prior, or just prior to, was at 8:46, 2 minutes before.
yes, that's correct,
Then it was 8:44, 2 minutes before that.
yes,
Then it was 8:43, 1 minute. Then it was 8:41, 2 minutes. Then it was 8:36, 5 minutes. Explain to me what prompts these data point timestamps. Is it continuous? Is it every 2 minutes, or
I think it's,
is it located to some sort of positioning that the vehicle's in?
I think
Or
it's
do you know?
whatever we put in for the increments. I think it's, I'm not sure. You know, if we put it in for 1 to 2 minutes, or we could go 10 minutes or 5 minutes. I think it's what, and I'm saying think, is what was put into the system to pull the speeds
Okay.
out.
So another question. 11/14/2023, 8:46. This is the entry that says the speed was at 74.7 miles an hour. What does that tell me? That at that moment, the truck was going 74.7 miles an hour, or is it a rolling average? Or do you know?
I do not know that answer to that question.
Follow-up questions, Mr. Murphy?
Sure, the judge asked you about rolling average. Are any of these other numbers that are here appear to be a rolling average? I mean, do we take zeros and roll that average with 75 and come up with 38?
I can't answer that question. I don't know.
Who's responsible for this system?
We are responsible for the system, but I don't understand the rolling average. I don't understand the question.
Okay, well, let me rephrase the question. Who put in the data that yielded State's Exhibit number 6?
We got the data from our J.J. Keller system.
Okay, you have no control over that system then?
No.
You can only make inquiries to the system.
Yes, that is correct.
And the inquiries here was somewhere between every minute or every 2 minutes.
That is correct.
Okay, and the last speed that actually was reflective prior to 0 was 74.7 miles per hour.
That is correct.
you have any reason to believe that that's inaccurate?
No.
Do you have any information or training that was provided to you as the safety officer for Mid Systems that this would be inaccurate?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think to the judge's question, if you put a query, you do queries off of this system. So if you, I'm asking this if this is correct. If you put into the system, J.J. Keller, you said, pull me 5-minute increments. And it maybe has some data points that have been sent to it that might be less than 5 minutes. Would it pull those too? Is that why we get the irregular? Could that be an explanation as to
That could be the explanation.
why we get
yes.
the irregularities in the
Yes.
time stamps? Okay. And as far as accuracy goes, as far as you know, the 0 miles an hour that's entered in from 1117 State Street up to the time that we're on the ramp, that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 entries at 0 miles an hour. That can't be accurate because we know the vehicle was moving, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, man. I'm gonna step down. Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Your Honor. Today we call Pleas as Worski. Thank you.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear testimony that you're about to give in this case not being heard is the truth, told truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. You have a seat. State your full name, spell your last name, please, for reference.
Leon Zazworski,
Spell your last name.
Zazworsky.
Thank you, sir.
You may inquire.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Cliff Murphy. I think we spoke by phone on a couple occasions.
You have.
I wanted to ask you about what we're here to talk about that happened on November 14, 2023. I'm assuming at that time you were president of Midstate Systems at that time.
I was.
How long have you been president of this company?
Since 1979.
Okay. And sir, about how many drivers does Midstate have at any given time?
Currently, I believe we're at 17 or 18 drivers.
Okay. And about how many trucks?
20 some odd trucks.
Okay. And sir, we're here to talk about a 2019 Freightliner that was purchased by Midstate Systems that the defendant in this case, Jacob McDonald, was using on November 14, 2023.
Okay.
Start off, you know Jacob McDonald. He was working at that time for your company?
He was.
Okay, and was that the vehicle that he was operating?
I believe it was.
Okay, in front of you is a big heavy book. Toward the last is State's Exhibit number 19. I'd like you to take a moment to look at that.
Okay.
All the way in the back. Nothing's easy.
Is it the last one?
It's not that one.
No.
This is what I'm looking for, sir.
Okay.
It's all the way in the back.
All the way in the back.
Further back. You're at it now. There should be a first page someplace. take a moment and take a look at that.
All right. Any one particular thing I should be looking for?
Well, I'm looking at primarily the exhibit. In total, there's some things that are highlighted in there in yellow.
I do, I see one.
Okay. And what I want to ask you is that my understanding is that your group provided this to the NTSB, this document?
I'm sure we have, yes.
Okay, and this would be the actual bill for the vehicle that Mr. McDonald was operating on November 14th, 2023. Would you agree with that?
Build?
Well, the order.
Yes.
For the semi.
Yeah.
Okay. And in terms of how this truck was configured, it appears to be 2019 model year specified on page 1.
Okay.
And then looks like on page 3, electronic cruise control with intelligent powertrain management and controls on the steering wheel.
Yes.
Powertrain management and controls on the steering wheel.
Yes.
Moving to page 8, it looks like 8. It has highway 12-speed overdrive automatic, automated manual transmission.
Yes.
On highway 12-speed overdrive automated manual transmission. Heavy-duty electronic transmission shift control, column-mounted heavy-duty electronic shift control, column-mounted. Would that be accurate?
It would be.
And then going back, looks like about page 14, it would have THP 60 power steering, 4-spoke 18-inch black steering wheel with stitches, or with switches, I'm sorry, and black steering wheel with switches. 227-inch wheelbase as well.
That's right.
Okay. Then moving a little bit further, no obstacle detection system, no obstacle detection system, no lane departure warning system, no camera video managing system, no side object detection system. Would that be accurate, sir?
It would be.
No position communication accessory. Further on down, a few pages over. And then looking at, I guess now we're probably about page 20. It says 70 mile per hour road speed limit. Would that be accurate?
I believe it would be accurate, yes.
Okay. So the Freightliner itself then would not be able to go. I mean, obviously there could be going down a hill or something like that, a steep hill or something like that. But the speed is 70 miles an hour.
Yes.
Okay. And cruise control speed limit set at road speed limit with auto resume underneath that. Would that be accurate?
Yes, that would be accurate.
Okay. So the fastest that I can set the cruise control at is 70 miles an hour. Would that be accurate?
No.
So I can maintain something beyond the specifications of the truck you order?
Yes.
Okay. And how's that?
There's an electronic control module that allows you to, or the dealer to alter that number.
Okay. And do you have, did you have this altered?
Well, first of all, we didn't build this truck. This wasn't our specs.
okay? The greater majority of the truck, these trucks are pretty much middle of the road trucks. These would have probably come out of stock. I don't know specifically if this was one, but both suppliers of the equipment have a build sheet similar to this for us as they would most of our customers, and they build them, and if we're in need of it, we buy them. I think this is the way this truck was purchased. Once it's purchased, there is a template and guidelines that we gave them that they would adjust all the parameters, shifting parameters, the RPMs, top end, low end, what speeds each of those gears you could max out on. So both Freightliner, in this case, and International Navistar would have those parameters for us. So when that truck is delivered, they'll all run the same. They all run the same way.
Okay.
They ship the same.
So international trucks generally are set up the same way as Freightliner trucks are?
I believe that to be pretty true, yes.
Okay, would that also be the case for the exhaust gas? I guess I'm going to call it an engine brake system. Would it be similar to that? Or those?
Yeah, if one were on the truck, ordered on the truck, those, I believe, those engine retarders are optional material.
So what you're telling me is that this document that your company provided to the NTSB that said that there was a limit of 70 miles an hour on it is not, I'm going to use the word completely accurate, because there's another set of documents that you have that show that you modified this truck so that it could go faster than 70 miles an hour. Is that your testimony under oath here, sir?
I did not tell the NTSB that it was limited to 70. I told them that it would run 70 on the pedal and run 72 on cruise.
Okay, so this vehicle can go 72 on cruise? Okay, and that's on flat level grade?
Yes.
Okay. Does it surprise you that Mr. McDonald told the OSP that it was 70 limited on cruise?
I'm not sure I have an answer for that. Am I surprised he'd say that? I don't know how to answer that.
Well, it's either true or not.
Well, I'd be surprised because most of our drivers.
Objection, Your Honor. He wasn't asking whether or not it was true. He was asking if it surprised him. The question just changed.
Clarify the question first.
Would it surprise you that the OSP was told by your driver, Jake McDonald, on video, that the truck was limited to 70 miles an hour on cruise control?
It would surprise me to a degree, yes.
Okay, that's not correct. In your testimony here today under oath is that it'll go 72.
My testimony is that the templates are set, our guidelines are set for those parameters.
Okay, and those are instructions that you would have provided to Freightliner from your company. Okay, now it's your question. Okay, no alternate road speed limit. No alternate road speed limit. What does that mean?
I'm not sure. I don't know. Someone else may have the right answer, but I'm not sure I've ever had this in my possession.
Okay.
I don't know where, if this came from our office or did it come from Daimler or the dealership itself.
Senator says she knows nothing about ordering of trucks.
She does not. But as I said earlier, these trucks are they're middle of the road trucks. Everybody orders them. I've bought trucks from them for years and years. They understand what piece of horsepower or what piece of equipment we need to get the job done. So when you ask me about some of these other ones, I don't have the answer to that because I don't believe I've seen this.
Okay, so you believe, and so I understand your testimony, is that the speed limit, or excuse me, irrespective of the speed limit at 70, a driver for your company can set the cruise control at 72 miles an hour?
No, he cannot. Oh, he can set the cruise.
Right.
But not the, yeah, yes.
And that would be the case with Mr. McDonald's 2019 Freightliner?
Yes.
Okay. Would the driver be able to set the cruise for 74 miles per hour?
Should not be able to do that, no.
Okay. So your testimony is this document that was provided to the NTSB by your company, you've never seen it before?
I don't remember seeing this before.
Okay. The J.J. Keller platform for your ELD system.
Yes.
Is that reliable?
Yes.
Is it industry standard?
It's approved by the federal government, yes. There are only a number, there's a finite number that are approved, and J.J. Keller is one of those.
Okay. So it's not a fly-by-night?
No, no. J.J. Keller's been in business a long time.
Okay. Would you expect their data to be accurate and reliable?
Should be.
Okay. That doesn't sound like an overwhelming sense of confidence.
Well, there was early on when the industry switched, I believe it was October of 16, J.J. Keller had some problems with theirs after they were approved by the federal government. So there was a number of months that at the start of this whole program where all paper logs were eliminated, or the greater majority of paper logs, that J.J. Keller had some issues, and it took them several months to get it squared away.
That was in 2016?
16, 17, yes.
Okay, but not in 2023?
2023.
Okay. And so, you know, sir, I'm going to, if I can show you what's been marked State's Exhibit number 6. This purports to be an ELD log provided in this particular case by your company. That shows Mr. McDonald's last rateable speed at 74.7, that'd be miles per hour?
Yes.
And that would be at odometer reading 52,9906.3.
That's right.
The next reading over that is 0 miles per hour.
Yes.
And it looks like we're about a little bit short of 2 miles away. That be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the I-70 road outside of Midstate Systems?
Yes.
126? Is that generally in that area flat grade road?
Generally?
Yeah, for about 10 miles either way.
Generally flat, I know.
Okay. There's no steep hills or anything like that?
Inside of 10 miles. I don't recall. Yeah, it's generally flat.
Okay. It's sir, I don't mean to ask you an unfair question. I just don't know the answer to it, but I want to ask it anyway. Do you have a CDL yourself?
I do not.
Okay, have you ever had a CDL?
I have not.
Okay. Would it be fair to say then, and that you wouldn't be qualified then to drive the 2019 Freightliner by virtue of the fact that you don't have a license to drive it?
I could not drive that truck, no.
Okay. Is that something that your safety coordinator, Sandra, would be qualified to drive? Does she have a CDL?
She does not.
Okay. Does that strike you as odd that you're not qualified to drive the trucks that your drivers are?
not at all.
No? Who selects the mid-grade build for these trucks then?
The what? The
Who
mid-
selects, you said these are middle-of-the-road trucks? In terms of features, I'm assuming that means that, you know, there's top grade, and then there's something less, and then this is something in the middle. That's how I took that statement.
Well, I'm responsible for the purchasing of the trucks. There's a lot of, there has been and continues to be conversation going into, you know, the purchase of it. But once again, I've been buying the same type of trucks off of two separate dealers for over 50 years. So they understand who we are. A lot of these people are the same people that sold them to me a couple of decades ago. They know what type of equipment we need and where we go and what we're hauling. So they have as much in building these as I did.
Okay, so you rely on their...
They have quite a bit of info. I'm ultimately the guy that's got to pay for them, so I'll have fun with it.
Understand. But ultimately, all these decisions are basically being made by some third party not associated with your company, other than to sell you things.
Ask me that again. I'm not sure.
Sure. You don't have your safety person isn't a CDL holder. You're not a CDL holder. Neither one of you are qualified to drive the vehicles that your drivers are driving. And so your answer, as I understood it, was that you relied on the expertise of the salespeople to sell you what you should buy, and you've been relying on them for the last 50 years.
To a degree, that's true.
Okay.
To a degree.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I eat, sleep, and drink this stuff. My friends, I have friends in the business. I read a lot. So it isn't entirely a decision that they couldn't influence me into buying something I didn't want to buy, I don't believe. So, yeah, there's input from them. There's input from a third party, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Cross-examination.
We done with it?
Yes, sir. How are you this afternoon?
It's been a long day.
Yeah. So as a result of this accident, there's been a lot of information that's been requested of your company, correct? Correct. Okay. And you've cooperated with anything that's been requested of you? Can you answer audibly, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And you haven't have you purposely withheld any information? Okay. And you say you've been running a trucking company now for 50+ years?
That's right.
Okay. It's been a successful business?
Yes, for the most part, yes.
Yeah. So, in 50 years of experience, that's running an actual trucking business, bidding people to take loads from point A to point B, right?
Yes.
You don't need a CDL to do that, do you?
No.
You think you gained enough experience in 50+ years to know what kind of trucks you want?
Most days I believe that's true.
Okay. All right. So I listened to you on direct there, and your explanation on the build sheet that the prosecution had. It appears to me that you're explaining that these trucks are built by Freightliner. Is Freightliner your only truck that you own?
No, International Navistar is a
Okay.
supplier of ours.
Freightliner and International Navistar. So these trucks are built by them in kind of a stock spec, so to speak.
Yes.
Okay. And then they're shipped out to the dealer, and then you would interact with the dealer, and you would say, I want my truck the way I want it. And they would be the spec, as you were saying, hold on, let me rephrase that. You would go to the dealer with a spec that you've used before, correct?
That's right.
And you've been dealing with these people for a very long time, is that accurate?
That's right.
Okay. So when you get, well, the truck, the 2019 Freightliner that we're discussing today, that has that stock build sheet, and it goes to the dealer, correct? And so on the build sheet, it might say 70 mile-an-hour cruise control, but your dealer knows to modify that electronic module at 70 on the pedal, 72 off the pedal, correct? And just so I'm clear, 70 on the pedal means the cruise control's off and you've got your foot on the pedal, right? And 72 means it's on cruise control.
That's right.
Okay. So this isn't too dissimilar to a Ford or a GM having a stock car that comes to the dealership and they put some of the 4x4 packages on. Kind of the same thing, right?
Very similar, yes.
So they're just modifying that truck the way Midstate Systems likes it. Okay. You were asked earlier if you'd be surprised that McDonald told you that the cruise had a limit of 70. You recall that question?
I do.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that that question was asked when he was in the hospital laying in bed?
Yeah, in the hospital laying in bed, yeah, I'd be surprised if it was asked then.
Okay. Let's talk about your J.J. Keller system, Smidge, here. Now, you say they had some problems back in 2016. Issues, I think you described it as?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you just testified on direct that this would have been the last data entry, correct? 74.7? That was at 8:46 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And you see down here on the bottom, we start at 7:49 a.m., correct?
Yes.
That's probably the truck being fired up. We look at the RPMs. Is that an idle speed for one of those?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm assuming if it goes to 897, that the driver's on the throttle at that point. Is that correct?
On the throttle, yes.
Okay. I want you to look at the next 6 entries, or 29 minutes. That goes from 1117 Lee Street up to State Street, then to the on-ramp. Okay, you following me?
Yes.
How many miles an hour is he going during the course of that travel?
0.
We know the truck's moving, right?
Yes.
That can't be accurate, can it?
No, it can't be. If it went from A to B. Yeah.
Thank you. No further questions.
Redirect.
Thank you. Sir, how far is 1117 what is it, State Street from 1111 State Street?
You say 1111?
Well, let me make sure that I'm looking at it right here, because I'm showing you what's previously been marked State's Exhibit 6. In this particular case, you were asked by defense counsel that it was Lee Street. And I'm looking at these right up here. How far is 1111 or 41's Lee Street from 1117 Lee Street?
It appears to be the same location because the odometer hasn't moved.
So if I'm going no place, which is what it looks like we're looking at here, would you expect there to be a speed to go no place?
I'm not sure what you're pointing at, but...
Oh, I'll show you right here where it says the odometer is...
It's not showing up on mine, that's all. I couldn't tell what you were pointing at.
Oh, I apologize. Is it coming up now?
It wasn't.
If you point the laser up there, he doesn't see it on his
Right,
monitor.
you won't see it there,
No.
sir.
Okay.
What I'm referring to is the odometer on the truck. The odometer on the truck is at the same 52,987.8 for 1111 Lee Street, all the way down to 1117 Lee Street.
Yeah.
So you're going nowhere, basically, or at least...
Yeah, if the odometer's not moving, you're going nowhere.
Okay. So if it was suggested that this was somehow an error because all the readings show 0 for Lee Street, that would be incorrect.
That would be correct for Lee Street, yes.
It would be correct for Lee Street?
It would be, I guess,
Incorrect.
incorrect.
Okay. How far is the State Street ramp from Lee Street, if you know?
It appears to be just under a mile.
Okay. And it says the speed is 0
Yes.
for that. Well, let me ask you this question. When does this actually register, if you know, on the system? In other words, do you have to be at a certain speed in order for this to register a mile per hour?
Generally speaking, they are set around 5 miles an hour.
Okay.
And that would, yes, 5 miles an hour.
So if I'm going a relatively short distance, like we have here, in a semi with a 53-foot trailer, I'm probably not doing 40 miles an hour. Would you agree with that?
On short distances across the street, yes, you'd probably not be doing 40. Right.
Okay. And you're probably not going to be doing something that will necessarily register on that in terms of speed. Would that be correct?
Well, I don't know what the situation is, but it could be correct, yes.
Okay. Well, how far away are we talking about?
Something under a mile.
Yeah.
7/10, 6/10,
Yeah.
8/10 a mile.
Are you going to make some turns in that distance?
I don't know where, I don't know.
You don't know where that
Yeah.
location is?
I know where Street is. I do not know where Lee Street is.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Sorry.
No further questions.
Recross?
This is State's Exhibit 6, or Defense Exhibit A. When we go to State Street, we've now gone almost half a mile. Isn't that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And it gave a data point, didn't it? It sent a data point at 0 miles an hour. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Yeah, 0 miles an hour.
Mile per hour.
Yep. And it picks up just 1 minute later at 38.6 miles an hour. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And your company, that J.J. Keller system, you provided other reports to the NTSP, correct?
Yes.
And this is the previously authenticated Defense Exhibit B through Sandy.
Yes.
And this was on 11/12 in Hebron, Ohio.
Yes.
What speed did it say he's going?
0.8 miles per hour.
So the J.J. Keller system does pick up fairly low speeds. Is that true, sir?
Yes.
Thanks. No further questions.
Is the data on Exhibit 6, is that based on some sort of GPS reading? For example, how does it know
The last one,
any of
yes,
Otherwise,
they're tracked through a GPS system, and for our use, it would, locate the highway or the town, nearest town, so we can track it. But then it has a capability to take that town and those pins and turn them into a latitude and longitude.
Okay.
And that's what that was on the TSP report.
Follow?
Would it be equally fair to say, sir, that there's a minimum distance you have to travel before something registers?
I don't know about the distance. What I am familiar with is the miles per hour that I believe registers. I don't know about
And
distance.
that's 5 miles an hour?
That's what I believe to be true, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Follow up, Mr. Brigham.
to agree from 7:49 a.m. to 8:18 a.m., which is the first registered miles per hour, is 29 miles. Is that accurate?
It is accurate.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, sir. You next up then? All right, why don't we recess for the evening? Anything to discuss before we do?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Brigden? Mr. Brigden?
No, sir.
Anything
Thank
else?
you.
Okay, why don't we plan, I've got a couple of things in the morning to deal with. Why don't we plan on 9 o'clock?
9 o'clock? Yes, sir.
See y'all then.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 9 o'clock in the morning. Okay, well, I'm bringing myself an energy drink.
Only the things you don't need.
Yeah, just.